You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect it here. CBS Sports Radio.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
All right, next. What are you doing? Hey, my gas is cheaper, bro. It's 10 cents cheaper. Hey, next, bro. Get out of here, man.
Armchair Quarterbacks Radio, living in an era of baseball where the impossible is unfolding right before our eyes.
Salvador Perez, the 2-2. Sandoval, in territory. Giants win. Series win for the San Francisco Giants for the third time in the last 5 years. And their hero, Madison Bumgarner. The 1-2 again. Inside 2015 World Champion. This is going to be a tough play. Brian makes the play. It's over. And the Cubs have finally won it all.
The game right now is at the plate. High fly ball into right field. She is gone. In a year that has been so improbable, the impossible has happened.
Armchair.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend. The Armchair Quarterbacks are covering America's pastime from spring training all the way to the Fall Classic.
5-2 Dodgers in the ninth. They've done it like the 1969 Mets. It's the impossible dream revisited.
And Myers bringing it. And the pitch is hit in the air. Foul off first. Benzinger backing and calling. And the 1990 World Championship belongs to the Cincinnati Reds.
The Twins are going to win the World Series. The Twins have won it. It's a base hit. It's a 1-0. Left field, way back. Blue Jays win it. The Blue Jays are World Series champions. Let's go, Carter hits a 3-run home run in the ninth inning, and the Blue Jays have repeated as World Series champions. Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Armchair.
Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Ariola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Armchair Quarterback Radio. We cover the world of baseball from start to finish.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship. A liner off Nagy's glove into center field. The Florida Marlins have won the World Series.
Brocious, fittingly with a throw, and the Yankees have done it again. Number 24. They are the world champions of baseball in 1998. Chance of a lifetime for Luis Gonzalez. 2-2, bottom of the ninth, game 7 of the World Series. Bases loaded. Center Red Sox fans have longed to hear it. The Boston Red Sox are world champions. In the air to left, well hit. Back is Craig. What a team. What a ride. The Cardinals are world champs in 2011.
Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey and Tones Ariola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
I've had to adjust as to the league as the league's adjusted to me, and holy,
Yeah,
that was close.
We'll cut you loose. I'm just saying.
Whoa, yeah. What was I saying?
Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
And here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, you want a challenge? Try this one. Go with your best receiver out of the game from the 35, 19 seconds left. Ball punch throws, touchdown! Is there a spark of life in Green Bay?
Yes! Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown. It is number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record.
Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper. Duper has returned, and he is super.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer.
Stop it, ball, please.
You ever wanted to see Taco Bell headquarters?
No. Y'all doing everything but bringing back the Mexican pizza. Is this a game to you? Bring back the Mexican pizza.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
Hall of Fame manager Tony La Russa is the reason why Twitter has verification checkmarks. Back in 2009, when La Russa was managing the St. Louis Cardinals, someone grabbed the handle at Tony La Russa and pretended to be the legendary manager. The account was tweeting some rather insensitive and offensive things, which reporters eventually asked La Russa about, believing that it was him. Obviously, La Russa had no idea and was furious that somebody was impersonating him. La Russa later sued Twitter about letting someone defame his name, and after the two sides talked it over, the lawsuit was dropped, but not before Twitter launched the beta version of verifying accounts, so those that have a check mark are the real deal and not just an imposter. Twitter was the first social media site to verify its users, and other platforms have copied the now famous check marking system, all thanks to Tony La Russa and whoever was behind the fake at Tony La Russa.
Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey and Tones Ariola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
Name one character in a series or movie that was killed off and it almost ruined it for you. I'll go first. Opie.
Oh, man, I must have missed that episode of Andy Griffith.
You guys are telling me that you wouldn't your cousin for $2 million cash. If someone offered me $2 million,
I mean, I would do it in a heartbeat.
Exactly. See, I'm not the only one. It's not weird.
What? Y'all getting paid?
Armchair.
we have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
But what the hell, boy?
Make sure to listen to the Armchair Quarterbacks. Good enough for us down here in the bayou. Go Tigers and the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Armchair. YouTube Live.
CBS Sports Radio Station. The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station? It's everything.
I like everything.
Do you know what listeners like about our station? It's everything.
I like everything. It's always on my radio. We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Show. We're here weekdays on CBS Radio, YouTube Live, the Armchair Quarterback Show, your first choice for Southern Sports Talk. Good afternoon, Mr. Joey Ariola.
Good afternoon, Mac. I don't know much, but I know one thing. The Chicago Cubs are on top of the National League at 1-0 after the only National League game to finish today.
Hi, I'm Mac McGinn. I don't know much, but I know one thing. It's opening day, and I still don't know how to run the damn controls.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Yeah, howdy, hi, and happy opening day to you. Welcome to the Armchair Quarterback Radio Show. I'm Mac McGee, sitting alongside Joey and Tones Ariola. Tones, how the hell are you?
I'm great, Mr. Mac. We got a Cubs W. It was great. Saya Suzuki had a good show, and Ian Happ had a good show, and Hendricks put the haters to bed, and Robertson looked like vintage Robertson. Woo! 1-0 feels like 10-0. Opening day always feels special, and I can't wait for Reds Braves tonight.
Joey, how the hell are you, sir?
Doing great. Don't need to add much more. It was nice to see a nice Cubs victory, and then I'm just ready for baseball all day and night. We got the Masters, and then we got your game tonight to listen to. Let's go. Let's get it.
Yeah. So when I'm muted like that, y'all just speak up, man, because you don't see what my vantage point is, but I have to look to see y'all. And so I don't see you. So when you're doing this, I meant to mention it last time, but just go, hey, dude, can't hear you or something like that, whatever.
Cool.
But anyways, that's my fault across the board, but I meant to mention that last time. But anyways, let's go ahead and dive into opening day, and Cubs get the W. I think that's the best thing to start off with. They took out Corbin Burns. Ashby actually got the loss, but Burns gave up a big 2-run bomb. I watched the majority of that game. I'll go ahead and flip it to y'all. Joey, I'll start with you. Did you get a chance to see much of it?
I listened to a lot of it on the call with Pat Hughes, just because I was at work, but I kept it in the background the whole time. And it was, at first we were struggling. We had one hit through 5 innings. I was thinking to myself, oh boy, it's this cold 40-degree weather. We're against Corbin Burns. Everything's breaking loose. Nothing's really going our way. But then, hey, we had a couple of guys step up. Nico Horner, who was a lot last year, young guy, hit a nice 2-run bomb. Happ a double in the gap, who we've been hoping on for a few years. And as Tones alluded to, Suzuki got his first hit when he was able to cross home plate. So along with Kyle Hendricks, all positives all around. And it was just good to hear baseball in the air again. I love day games. Some people aren't big fans. I love baseball during the day, and it got me going, ready for tonight.
Tones, what say you?
Yeah, it was exciting, and the most exciting thing was the Cubs have 11 or 12 new guys on their roster at this time, and a lot of them made impacts today, starting with Clint Frazier, pinch hit appearance off the bench, got into scoring position, boom, ended up crossing the plate. Madrigal made his Cubs debut. Nothing great, but drew a walk and some nice plays on defense. Good to see Saya Suzuki get a hit and 2 walks. Then you got guys like Chris Martin and Michael Givens and Robertson, who really helped hold this game down, even though one of the new acquisitions, Daniel Norris, gave up 2 runs in an inning. Then you see guys like Hayward getting 2 hits, Hap getting 3 hits. Me, my brother, and a few other guys, our pops included, were talking. The Cubs have a lot of names. It's just, how are they going to lay out? How are the chips going to fall? Right now, it's interesting because you got a team with a lot of good veterans, a lot of good sticks potentially. Their lineup today was pretty good, in my opinion, and they had some timely hits. If Jason Hayward's getting timely hits, you got good things coming, and they couldn't even play guys like Jan Gomes, Jonathan VR, and Frazier had to come off the bench today. So good things to come if this bullpen could hold it intact, and a couple of our starters are hurt right now as well. So health and bullpen are the keys for our squad moving forward. It's not as boom or bust as it used to be. Not all the big names, but we don't live and die in the home run anymore. We're playing more splashy baseball.
Yeah, I was impressed that they got the win because honestly, even though his numbers are going to look good, if you just look at the box score, I didn't think Kyle Hendricks looked very good today. I thought he kind of had to kind of nibble, but look, the weather helped. And there were a couple of balls that Corbin Burns left up that could have left the building that did not because of the weather. There was one in particular. I'm trying to remember who it was that, that hit it, but basically it died at the warning track. And I thought that thing was gone. And so regardless, you find a way to win, and you have to do that when you're in Chicago in April because the weather's terrible. Right. And so this is the kind of stuff that you look, we know there's 161 to go, but I did think it was a big win just mentally for the Cubs clubhouse, for the Cubs fans. You don't start off with a loss to the team that won the damn division.
Yeah, I totally agree. And on top of that, coming off a year where you lose so many guys who are, not everyday purists like us baseball fans know everybody on the back of the jersey. Everyone used to have a Baez, a Rizzo, a Bryant. Well, guess what? These names aren't here anymore. We're all learning with the team, and it's just hopefully, like you said, going to be a fun year. Glad to start at 1-0.
All right. Other takeaway from today's games. Have y'all caught any other action? The Cardinals right now, by the way, are up 5-0 on the Pirates. Waino looked pretty darn good today. And Tyler O'Neill's had himself a career today.
Ooh.
Yeah, I was telling my brother, I'll get to the Cardinals game in a second, but how about Bobby Witt Jr. today, giving the Royals a lead in the bottom of the 8th inning, tied 1-1 ball game. Bobby Witt Jr. for his first career hit at the age of 21 years old, drives a double into the gap, later ends up coming around to score another run. So just fantastic outing for the young kid, and then their closer shut the door. So Royals get on the victory board, and then the state of Missouri is looking to stay good today. St. Louis is holding the Pirates down 5-0, and it seems like it's do or die right now for the Pirates. Top of the 8th, Brian Reynolds up with a couple runners on, down 5. Reynolds is a beast. They need him to do something big here. But overall, exciting day. Couple rainouts, though. Mets Nationals is in a delay. We had Red Sox Yankees and Mariners Twins wash, so could have been a little more exciting.
Yeah, Mets Nationals was actually supposed to start at 4 today, and then they pushed it back to 7:05, and I guess they haven't started yet, right?
Correct. It's still in a delay to this very minute.
Okay. Did y'all catch any of the Masters?
I did catch a little bit of the Masters. Before baseball actually started, I had that on one of my multi-screens, and I was just keeping an eye on some guys. And man, Tiger Woods has been through a lot in the last year. He had a couple of ups and downs, but I believe he either finished even or -1 on the day. And it was just good to see him out there really hitting the ball well. Right now, I think Kim is in the lead, but it's good. The weather started off, put everything in a half-hour delay, but we're just in day 1 here, and I'm interested to see where we end up tomorrow. But yes, rooting for Tiger, even though he made his own mistake. I like seeing him in the arena. It just makes it better.
We sitting at 1 under. The last time I saw, I've been paying close attention. The last time I saw, 4 under was the leader. Is that still the case?
I believe the last seed I saw was Kim at -5.
I'm sorry, 5 under. Sung Ye M.
Yep, at 5 under, and then Smith at 4. Cam Smith at 4 under, and Dustin Johnson follows 4 under.
Okay, and it looks like most of them are wrapping up. So I mean, look, he's right there. Tiger's right there, and first tournament in forever to be 1 under, 4 off the pace. I'll take that as a win, because if he's within striking distance come Saturday, it's going to start getting a little freaking nervous for all the other guys.
Well, I was going to say I made a bet that he makes it to Sunday. What do you think about that? You think he makes it through? You think he makes the cut and plays all the way?
Yeah, after what I saw today, I absolutely think that he's going to make the cut now. I was worried going in. I put a little hay on it for him to win the tournament.
Right.
It was huge odds, but I would have threw like $10 to win 500 kind of thing. And I didn't know what to expect. I just wanted a kind of a rooting interest. And I was pleasantly surprised. I thought he had a phenomenal day. Tones, did you catch much of the Masters today?
Yeah, I did. Masters is one of those things where even if you're not huge into golf, you're going to be tuning in just based on the names alone. I thought Tiger looked impressive out there. Some people didn't really know quite what to expect. He was injured a little bit, obviously almost lost his leg, and then here he is in his first professional showing since. Now, who knows? He could have been golfing a good amount behind the scenes on private courses or just with his son or by himself. So for all we know, Tigers could have been conditioning for a while now, given the athlete and the pros pro he is, but he's doing really good given his stature. And then you got guys like Bubba Watson +1, a lot of good names. Vijay Singh in there +6 struggling. A lot of the veterans are struggling. A lot of the new young bloods are off to good starts. And really the Masters is kind of one of those things where that's why it's cool with golf, man. It's a shot in the dark. You get 90 plus players coming into the thing to start. Nobody knows who the heck's going to win. It could be 200 to 1 odds. It could be 11 to 1 odds. The playing field is almost just even. It's any given day, and just about every year it's somebody new winning the Masters. Obviously you have your Watson and Woods of the world who win multiple Masters, but that's not every day. We'll see who wins the green jacket this year, but it was an exciting day one. Chilly weather probably had to do with some of the poor performances for some older guys. Their bones get a little more crinkly easily, but exciting day one.
An interesting statistic really quick. This is the first time in many years where the Masters has averaged under 30 years with the top 20 golfers. It's sitting at about 28, 29 years old. It's the first time that's ever happened. And maybe that's a Tiger effect from all the kids who are growing up watching him as a kid now playing, but I thought that was a cool statistic.
Say that one more time.
This is the first time where the top 20 ranked golfers in the Masters playing are under the age of 30 in average. They're about 29 years old in the age average of the Masters. It's usually been always about mid-30s, about 35. You get your average Masters player. This year, it's about 29 years old, youngest ever.
Huh. Well, the old guard is starting to pass on, and one of those reasons, though, is because you have all the old heads that will go and just play like 4 or 5 holes,
right?
Or they just play 1 hole, or some of them just only like swing the ball off. I don't know if they take that in consideration or not, but
true.
Regardless, I'm excited for the Masters. I'll get a chance to catch a little bit of it. I'm going to the game Saturday in Atlanta. So the plan is to drive up tomorrow, I'll probably get a chance to see around the 3-4 o'clock-ish area of round 2. Round 3, I'm expecting to watch quite a bit of it. And then the final round, I hope to be home in time for the final 3 to 4 hours type thing. I feel like Tiger's got a chance. He looks like he's in incredible shape. He looks like he's in better shape than most of your 29-year-olds that you're talking about. I mean, he's in incredible shape. What is he, about 45 now? He looks like that he could go out and not just play golf. He looks like that he could probably start at split end for most NFL teams.
Yeah, you are basically deadbolts. 46 years young.
Okay. Yeah, I knew he was somewhere in that neighborhood. Is it in front of you? His age? When's his birthday?
Yeah, his birthday. I just set it up, but I got rid of it a minute. His birthday is December 30th. So it just happened a few months ago.
Okay. For some reason, I thought it was around the Masters, but okay, fair enough. All right. So real quick, we're going to run the scoreboard down, and then we're going to get into predictions. So this is the pregame show. We're going to bring you Braves Reds live. Tones and I will bring you the broadcast. Now the first pitch is 8:08. We're going to take a break about 5 minutes before the hour to kind of reset and get ready for the broadcast. We will keep this feed up, and we're going to be playing commercials and whatnot, and then we'll come on a few minutes before first pitch. But tonight we're going to be doing MLB predictions. And I've given most of mine on previous shows, but these guys haven't had a chance to give theirs. So the floor is going to be theirs essentially tonight. I will, chime in with my answer, but I'm not going to get really long and, long-winded on my answers because I've given them already on 2 other shows. So I want y'all to take the floor. I want y'all to, give me your reasons, get into all that. And let's have some fun on the, let's start off, because we're going to have to take a break here. Okay, let's start off with the appetizers, and that'll be these I haven't given, Cy Young and MVPs, and then we're gonna get into the actual who's gonna win the divisions and whatnot. So National League Cy Young and American League Cy Young. Tones, you take the reins first, and who do you have winning the AL Cy Young, and who do you have winning the NL Cy Young?
NL Cy Young, I went a little cliche. I went with Walker Buehler here, and it's because not only that he's a fantastic young pitcher, but the team behind him, he has the opportunity to rack up a lot of wins. He has the opportunity to lead probably the most dynamic, dominant team in baseball, and that's the Dodgers. And people take all those things into consideration, how good his team was and how good he was doing for his team. Walker Buehler's a young cat, one of the best young pitchers in baseball. And I think he is one of the odds-on favorites, if not the odds-on favorite to win NL Cy Young this year. And I like his chances. I think that he, Clayton Kershaw officially passed him the torch as the opening day starter. This is the first time in about over a decade that Clayton Kershaw has not started on opening day, and that it is Walker Buehler. So I like the young cat to give it his all, go out there and compete for these Dodgers and win the Cy Young. We've seen a young guy in Corbin Burns do it last year. I think another young guy in Walker Buehler could do it this year. And AL, I got a bit of a dark horse. Actually, not a bit of a dark horse, a pretty good dark horse. I think the Rays are going to go far, and how are they going to get there? I think Shane McClanahan has a really fantastic year. The young kid who's going to lead the way for the Rays this year. He had a really good rookie season last year, and that was a treacherous AL division. You got the Red Sox, the Yankees, the Blue Jays in there. To have the type of season he had as a rookie last year, he's only going to build on that. This Rays team, it's young, but it can make a lot of noise. And if I got them going that far, one of their pitchers has to be dominant and healthy. And I think that's going to be none other than Shane McClanahan, the former top 100 prospect in all of Major League Baseball. I think he's going to have a fantastic season.
So you've got Buehler and McClanahan. Okay, that's interesting. Joey, what say you?
Yeah, I might be, going a little bit out there as well. But in the American League, I'm going to go with Lance McCullers Jr. And he's probably not at the top of a lot of people's boards, but I like what I saw going from 2020 to 2021. He struck out a good amount of people last year, the most in his career at 185 strikeouts. His ERA was just around 3. And he really was, playoffs, they were so injured and banged up. He really had to try to carry him through as much as they can. So I'm going to go with Lance McCullers a little bit on a limb there. And my other pick will probably do the same. As I'm actually going with a Dodger, but not the same Dodgers as Tones. I'm going to go with Julio Urias. He was 2.96 ERA last year. I know, he's always not getting as many games pitched as some of the others, but his strikeout rate is insane. The Dodgers are going to be putting up of a lot of runs. So I think Walker Buehler was a great choice. Probably would have been the easy pick to go there, but why not? I'm going to go with his teammate Julio Urias, and then in the AL, like I said, Lance McCullers.
Now, the thing about McCullers, have you seen an update on him because he's injured?
It says 3 days ago. It says he still hasn't been throwing, but that was 3 days ago.
Yes, so that's going to be tough getting a Cy Young because you got to figure he's going to miss at least 4 to 6 weeks, bare minimum.
Well, if he was to miss 4 to 6 weeks, the backup guy I had was going to be Barrios. I know I gave McCullers, but if I had to pick a backup for that injury, I would go with Barrios.
I'm going to go what I think is chalk, and the reason why I say this is they don't tend to always give it to the best pitcher, in my opinion, just like they don't give it to the best MVP, the best player for MVP. It tends to look 9 times out of 10, it goes to the big markets. So I'm going with Max Scherzer in the NL because if he has a really good year or even a very good year, they're going to blow him up because he's in New York City and they're going to act like he's the second coming. And where'd this guy come from? Even though he's 38 years old and has been in the league for decades. And then my AL Cy Young, I'm going to say Verlander pushes the clock back and goes out and grabs it. And the reason why I go with Verlander, man, he's looked very good in the spring. I've seen him twice now in the spring, and I was impressed. And I was actually aiming for him in our fantasy draft. Someone drafted him extremely early, kind of shocked me that he went that early. So I was just like, well, the heck with that. I mean, I'll draft you, but I'm not going to draft your 40-year-old ass that damn early. Take it from someone who's over 40, things start moving and creaking and aching. You're like, what the hell was that? I didn't even know I had that. So, yeah. But
but not that much.
Yeah. But Verlander, I think, is in a big enough market and it's a big enough name team that if he has a very good year, that's what I'm going with. MVP. Tones, will start with you.
Yeah, with the AL MVP, I think the Astros are in for another prime year, and I think this kid's going to really break out this year. Kyle Tucker, he's been on the up and up ever since he got called up. Ever since he got called up a couple years back, he's been nothing but performing big spots. And now you got Carlos Correa leave, right? So you got a room for a guy to emerge, kind of. And who other than Kyle Tucker? This guy's the real deal. Hit 294 last year, 30 homers, 92 ribbies, and 14 stolen bases. He's a true definition of a 5-tool player, and he's a pretty good outfielder. It's not like he's the defensive liability with his big stick. So I'm going with Kyle Tucker in the AL. Then in the NL, it might sound a little cliche or like the easy pick, but I think that the Braves might have a repeat offender for MVP on their team. I'm going to go with the newly acquired Matt Olson. I think he inserts into the middle of their order. But, will he gel like Freddie Freeman did? Time will tell. I think so, though, and a lot of people.
According to Acuna, he can't do any worse.
Yeah.
Y'all see this report that came out last night, this morning?
I did not.
He was on Instagram Live, Acuna was. And, of course, he speaks very heavy Spanish. In fact, I've never heard him really speak English. I know he understands it because he'll be being interviewed post-game, and he'll get the question, and then he'll speak Spanish to his interpreter, right? So he understands it, but he plays the game of I don't really know what you're saying kind of thing. But anyways, the short of it is, I'll find the notes in a minute, but he's basically saying that there's no love loss, and because they were asking him what it's going to be like not having Freddie Freeman. And he basically said that he and Freddie Freeman did not get along, is the short of it. I'll find the actual quotes here in a second. By the way, Brandon Cooks, breaking news, has signed a contract extension with the
it's a 2-year extension.
Yeah. So, well-deserved, I believe. He's been a hell of a player, and I know a lot of people question it, but I think Davis Mills is a pretty darn good quarterback going forward, and definitely need that kind of player. Where were we? MVP?
Yeah, Tone just gave his.
I just gave mine,
so
and I just wanted to add in quick. I think I got a dark horse NL runner-up, and that's Brian Reynolds on the Pirates. He ain't going to win it, but runner-up.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for him to win it on on the Pirates, and he has solid numbers, but he's never really like jumped off. I think for him to win it, he's going to have to be traded to a team, and that team's going to have to take off.
Right.
Well, this is hilarious because
that'd be cool.
Tones, you took the words right out of my mouth. I actually, and we're not even Braves fans, I have Matt Olson winning the award as well. I think, he was in Oakland last year.
So both of y'all did get my very threatening email, correct?
Yeah. Hi, this is Mac McGee, and you'll never be on the damn Armchair Quarterbacks again if you don't pick Matt Olson or Ronald Acuna, all right?
We're not allowed in Jacksonville area.
Okay,
but no.
So you're going Olson, National League. What about American League?
American League, and this, he is this good, but I just have a big, huge love for him. Vlad Guerrero Jr. I think the strides he took last year, getting 48 bombs and 111 RBIs. I think even with a little bit better lineup this year, he might be able to go 50 plus and 120 plus. That's how much faith I have in him. So I'm going Vlad Jr. in the AL.
Okay, so I'm going to make this real simple. I went with Vlad as well in the American League. I think he was the MVP last year. I think it is a freaking joke that he was not selected as the MVP. If you want to give Ohtani the Cy Young, fair enough, but there's just no way on God's green earth that I would have given that I could not have voted for Vlad to win the MVP, considering his year and his team almost made the playoffs. I think if they would make the playoffs, that might have changed some votes, right? So, and I think Toronto will make the playoffs this year, and that kind of tips my hand on who I believe will make the playoffs. Because obviously I don't believe Ohtani's going to win the MVP. So, and the NL MVP is going to make me throw up, and it's because God hates me. I'm convinced of it. I think I'm going to go with Freddie Freeman with the LA. I think he's had years in the past that he should have won it. And now that he's in Los Angeles, they're going to be fawning all over him. He's going to be in that incredible lineup. And it is what it is. I can't. He's going to have a good year. I'm not concerned about Freddie, and I think he'll be rewarded. I also believe that the MVP in the National League last year should not have been Bryce Harper. I thought that was a joke. I feel like it should have been Riley, and we'll see if Riley can step up. So if I'm going to take a Brave, I'm going to say Austin Riley, but I don't know if he's got a big enough name. I think no matter what these baseball writers try to tell you, dude, they're just like football writers and basketball writers. They know the big names. I call them headline guys. They're headline guys, and they know the big names, and those are the ones who goes, I got. And other than that, all they do, or some guy comes across with the stat in like early August that jumps out to him, and then he starts getting regurgitated, and then they pick that person, right? But other than that, man, these writers, they don't watch the games. They don't, No,
it's a shame,
especially ESPN.
Yeah, well, all of them.
No, I'm just coming. I'm just kidding, but I had.
Yes,
actually, I'm not kidding.
Any jab that we can throw at ESPN, of course. Okay, let's go ahead and take a quick break. When we come back, we are going to get into the 2022 predictions, and should be a lot of fun because there's a lot of ways that we can go with this. Remember, now there are 6 wild cards, not just 4. We will be back in a flash here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and CBS Sports affiliate. Like and subscribe today, Armchair Quarterbacks 1 on YouTube.
So imagine how much I'm actually making to play. You know what I'm saying? No, I got to get my money. I'm not playing unless I get mine. It's not worth it. It's not.
For the first time in 39 years, the Boston Bruins have won the Stanley Cup. The zone. To win the Stanley Cup.
8 more with 28.8 seconds left. The Leafs have tied the game.
McCarty draws. McCarty in. McCarty scores! A magnificent goal! Darren McCarty!
Armchair Quarterbacks Radio, covering the NHL like no other.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks on CBS Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
I can't file. I can't type. I don't take dictation. I won't sharpen pencil. My boss calls me indispensable.
Miss Jones,
Just a minute.
will you make a copy of this?
Naturally. I push the button on the Xerox 914. I make perfect copies of whatever my boss needs by just turning a knob and pushing a button. Anything he can see, I can copy in black and white on ordinary paper. And am I fast? I can make 7 copies a minute. Sometimes my boss asks me which is the original, and sometimes I don't know.
You're riding Morning Shotgun with the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here weekdays, your first choice for sports talk here on the First Coast.
What's going on here, guys? All right, Coach. So basically, it was a holding call. But these dudes started me in their fantasy league, which is cool because this dude started our quarterback, but he started our kicker, and I started their defense. So it's kind of a pickle.
Compromising the integrity of this game with your fantasy football leagues? Listen to me. If there was holding, you make that holding call. I don't care if it was on our team or not. I care about this game too much to let you.
Coach, you started their defense too, didn't you? Yeah, you definitely started their defense.
Damn right I did.
Armchair.
If only the world was less like this.
I could use a smoke.
Hey, put that out.
And more like this.
I could use a smoke.
You murderer! I might have children one day.
Smoking kills, unless you kill first. If you're around a smoker, you will die. Smokers may look relaxed and like they're having fun. Don't believe it. Vote yes on Proposition 421. Let's outlaw smoking everywhere, even in people's homes, and allow honest citizens to legally kill anyone who smokes. Let's live in a world without smokers. Prohibition works. Let's prove it. Vote yes on Proposition 421.
Armchair.
Why are you the way that you are? I hate so much about the things that you choose to be.
Welcome back. Opening day. The air just smells different. Usually because there's cheap Newtons, but you know. Let's go. Opening day, Braves Reds. We're just over 30 minutes away from first pitch, and Tones and I will be bringing you first pitch. We're going to be doing Thursday night baseball. Typically, Braves will be Tuesdays and Friday nights, and we're going to be doing the game of the week on Thursday night. But this is the game of the week because until late last night, the Mets Nationals wasn't even supposed to be played until much later. And now it's in a rain delay. So who knows if they even get that thing in. I'm a little surprised they didn't just push it until the next day. So that's what they did with Boston, New York. Boston, New York is supposed to be beautiful tomorrow in the Northeast. And so if you're looking for the Yankees, Red Sox, what happened with that? It got pushed off for weather reasons. We'll see if they actually get in the New York Washington game. But Atlanta, Cincinnati is supposed to have pretty good weather. They're raising the banner. I'm going to be at the game Saturday night when they are supposed to give out the rings. Just found out, I guess it was yesterday, that Kyle Wright's going to be the pitcher Saturday night, and Ian Anderson maybe Sunday. It depends on how his toe feels. But tonight it's Max Fried versus Tyler Mahle. We'll get into that in a minute. But we're going to do some 2002 predictions, and I'll go ahead and give it away to Joey. We'll let you go first. Start us off with the American League. Give us your division winners.
Yeah, in the American League, my division winners across the board. I'll start with the AL Central Chicago White Sox. I mentioned this last week. I'll reiterate it. This team doesn't have a lot of competition in the division. There are some good talent in young teams, especially in Detroit, Kansas City. Even Minnesota has something going. But, the White Sox, to me, built the most ready. Unfortunately, they've been hit by a couple injuries. Moncada just went on the 10-day IL today. And then Lance Lynn, they lost for quite a few weeks. So unfortunately, the injury bug has hit them early, but I still think they are leaders in that division. Moving over to the AL East, along with my MVP, Vlad Guerrero Jr., I'm giving that division to the Toronto Blue Jays. I think they were, did great things adding on. They added George Springer all the way, midway through the season. They bolstered their pitching staff. This team now has a lot of young hitters who now coming into year 2, 3. They're not as afraid of the moment. And, you got to almost wonder, what will these other teams do? I think the Rays might have taken a step back. I think the Yankees always do what they do. And the Red Sox, you never really know. So I like Matt Chapman as well. That was a good ad. And watch out for Bo Bichette to have a really big year. And then in the AL West, I'm going to go with the Houston Astros. I like what the Rangers added. I think the Angels will be better. At the end of the day, though, the Astros, to me, top to bottom, have the most depth and the most star power. So even though they lost Correa, I really still like what they have. You mentioned Verlander, see a big comeback for him. So I go Sox, Blue Jays, Astros.
Tones, what say you?
Yeah, I got the best team in the AL being the Tampa Bay Rays. I think that losing Austin Meadows is no big deal to them because their farm system. The reason why they got rid of him is because they got guys nipping at the door to get called up to the big league, and they're ready to play, and they don't want to waste those guys in the minors. So they got guys like Josh Lowe and Taylor Walls benefit off that. You got Wander Franco, Randy Rosarina, and then you had a guy like Corey Kluber to that rotation that already has a lot of good, young, fresh arms to it. And then, by the way, down the road this year, you're going to get a Shane Bosback, who's a top 10 prospect in all of baseball. You might way down the road come postseason time get a Tyler Glasnow back. This team's just going to add between their farm system and between injuries returning. It's just great time.
I don't understand the questioning that I watched a lot of the national pundits in the last few days make their picks, and hardly any of them are picking Tampa. And I don't understand why they're questioning that the Rays are going to be good again.
It's a thing that happens every year, and they got a great manager in Kevin Cash. I just don't get it.
Yeah, I don't either. But anyways, you're going to take the Rays in the East, Central, and West?
I got the Rays in the East. In the West, I got the Houston Astros. I think that the rest of the division's getting better. The Rangers made moves to get better, Mariners and Angels as well, although the A's took a giant step back. So I think that the Astros have a comfortable factor in there. I see them finishing at 92 and 70 and winning the West there. And I got the MVP Kyle Tucker performing there. So what a good combination. And then in the Central, I got the White Sox coming in first, finishing at 87 and 75. I think that they made some good moves in the offseason. They added an outfielder they needed. They added some bullpen arms to make up for Kimbrel leaving. And then they don't have a ton of competition in that division, although I think teams like the Tigers, Royals, and Twins may show slight signs of improvement. I still think it's one of the worst divisions in the AL, and I think the White Sox should win it comfortably, even at 87 and 75.
Real quick, just reviewing the ones that I had from last week. I took the Rays, the White Sox, and I took the Seattle Mariners to win the West. I've been talking about the Mariners for 2 years now. This is put up or shut up time. If you're going to be able to take advantage of it, this is the year you're going to be able to take advantage of Houston maybe taking a step back, and still I think Houston's going to be good. And Seattle has the opportunity. They made they threatened last year, and then they didn't go all in at the deadline. What they ended up doing was they ended up stepping back and saying, okay, we're going to punt. And they actually traded away some pieces. This year, I expect them to go all in. All right, AL wild cards, real quick. Joey, what say you?
My AL wildcards, it was tough for me on the last slot. And I know you guys are going to disagree with me because I don't even have the Tampa Bay Rays making the postseason. That'll be my biggest shock in the American League. I have the Rangers as a wild card, the Yankees, and the Red Sox. I have 3 coming out of the AL East, and not one of them being the Rays. And then I put the Texas Rangers in there because I did look at their roster. Corey Seager was nice. Simeon was nice. Their starting rotation, I don't even mind really. And that division is going to be helter-skelter besides the Astros. I don't know. A lot of question marks there. So I'm going to go Yankees.
That's
Red
a hell of a
Sox.
vote of confidence when you say, I don't mind your starting rotation.
Well, and if you look at a lot of it's tough because there's a lot of great lineups in the American League, and boy, a lot of people are going to be looking for pitching once we get down there. But Yankees is my first wild card, second Red Sox, third Rangers.
Tones, what say you?
Yeah, and the AL East is a battle, so I got 2 wild cards coming out of there. Blue Jays is my first wild card. I think they're going to make some noise this year. Yankees is my wild card too. They're the Yankees, so they're going to compete. I think Red Sox take a step back this year. Their pitching and bullpen is just really bad if you actually take a look at it, especially without Chris Sale for an extended period of time now. And then as my third wild card, I was battling it out between the Mariners and Angels, who would come out victorious for wild card 3. I have it's put up or shut up time for Joe Madden and the Angels. They added Syndergaard this offseason. Hopefully he could stay healthy for them. They made a couple other moves as well. And they added Michael Lorenzen. Last year they got Rizal Iglesias. We'll see if Rendon could stay healthy this year. It'll be interesting to see. But I got the Blue Jays, Yankees, and Angels as my 3 wild cards.
Blue Jays, Yankees, and Angels. Wow. Okay. I would love to see the Angels make the playoffs. I'm still questioning. I don't understand why this team hasn't gone more in on the pitching. Adding Syndergaard was a big step, but are you just going to ride Syndergaard and Ohtani? And Ohtani essentially only pitches once every 7 days. So, I mean, it's not like they don't have the money. I just haven't been blown away by their commitment to pitching. It seems like they're just trying to put stars out there. They're not even doing like a big commitment to offense. But anyways, real quick, my wild cards for the American League were Houston, Toronto, and then I just threw the Yankees in there. I don't realistically believe in them, but I think they'll make moves if need be at the deadline. I question that starting pitching. There's a couple of big question marks, and so that's why I'm kind of on the fence. All right, moving to the National League real quick. Joey, who are your division winners?
Division winners, I'll start in the NL Central with the Cardinals, who actually ended up winning 9-0 Edmund home run. I could see a bit nice 30-30. That's my surprise right there for him. I think he could really do that. Cardinals coming first in that division. NL East, I got the Braves in the playoffs, but I had to put the Philly. I really just like what the Phillies have done. I know defensively they're going to be spotty probably this year. I just love their lineup. Too many big sticks with Harper, Schwarber, Castellanos, Hoskins, and more, Realmuto. And then their starting rotation, to me, Aaron Nola is going to have a really, really good season. It's just not going to be a good season. I think he even exceeds that. And Wheeler's health, obviously, is always going to be the big question. But I really like the Phillies and what they had in the offseason. And then Dodgers, I try to convince myself of how somebody could get close, and I just really couldn't do it, besides the Padres maybe a little bit. But to me, they almost had more last year than this year, and I don't know. So Dodgers by a good amount in the NL West. So the Cardinals, Phillies, Dodgers as my division leaders.
Tones?
I got the Cubs winning the Central at 86 and 76.
Whoa!
2-0.
Hey, I think I put him on my top 10 off-season teams of NFL and MLB. I think they made a lot of good strides, and I think they're going to continue to add 86 and 76 wins. That's the division there. I got the Braves winning the East at 90 and 72. They got better this offseason. McGee, I know on that one free agency show me and you did about a month ago, I did bring up, what if Kenley Jansen may go to Atlanta? And he ended up going there. Hell of a move by Atlanta to get Kenley Jansen. And then the Dodgers, I got winning the West. Like Joey said, I think Padres will be close, but in their terms of close, it's still 12 games back in my book. I got Dodgers winning the West at 162. They're just a powerhouse with all those former MVPs.
Okay, real quick, Braves. I know that doesn't shock anybody, but I look at it this way: until you show me that you can knock them out, especially with injuries to DeGrom. Same old thing with DeGrom, and I'm still concerned about Scherzer. I stayed away from him in fantasy this year. I'm concerned about Scherzer because He's getting up there in age, and he had dead arm in October. And you're trying to tell me that that's not going to affect him next year? I don't buy it. Or the following year. And then the Central, I took the Cardinals. I think there's going to be some kind of magic with Waino and Molina. And then, of course, they bring back Pujols. There's something cool about that. And I think they'll be able to ride that wave. And not to mention, they've got a pretty darn good team as well. And the West, hate to say it, but I just don't see 162 games. I don't see the Giants doing what they did last year, and they would have to do what they're going to do, what they did last year to be able to win that division. So I took the Dodgers. Wild cards. Joey.
I'll go. Okay, for my top wild card, it's going to be the Braves. Matt Olson. I think if I'm going to pick him to, get the title there, I want to pick the Braves. Coming off, like you said, to beat the beast, you got to, dethrone them. And I still think they're going to be a pretty big powerhouse. That division will come down just to a couple of games. I also got the Padres. People are kind of down on them because they saw a lot of splash this year. I look for them to, recover nicely. The division, I think Giants took a step back. Rockies are not good, and D-backs I don't think are good. So I think Padres can, bang up on the division besides the Dodgers. And then the last, going back to the Central, I went to a pop here. I'll go with the Milwaukee Brewers. They're starting rotation. I know Corbin Burns struggled a little bit today, but their starting rotation is still beast. I look for them to add on the deadline, add a couple of bats. They have an okay lineup, but to me, they could do definitely more there. So in order, Braves, Padres, Brewers, wild card teams.
By the way, Chipper Jones threw out the first pitch for you Braves fans that are wondering about that.
Ceremony starting up, huh?
Yeah, we're about 20 minutes from first pitch. Tones, who are your wild cards?
My first wild card, I got them finishing one game back in the division of Atlanta. I got the Phillies. They got Castellanos, Schwarber. They added to their pen.
I'm going to make it real simple. I did the same.
Yeah. Yeah, I see them competing, and they're going to beat up on teams like the Nationals, Marlins, Pirates in the NL, etc. Then I got the Padres as a second wild card, as Joey alluded to. Kind of crappy rest of the division. I think Giants take a big step back this year. I think Rockies get a little better, but there's still 12 games under 500. D-backs are going to be trash. I got Padres as second wild card. Then I got Brewers as wild card 3. I think that Milwaukee's pitching staff, they got the best closer in baseball, one of the best setup men in baseball, one of the best big 3 starting rotation in baseball. Although their lineup is not good, I think their pitching is enough to push them into the third wild card spot.
My wild cards in the NL, I took the Phillies, and I had the Mets there until right before opening. Not opening day. When was that? Was that last Friday? It was right before we did one of our shows. I think it was Friday. Justin and I doing our show right before we went on the air. They said DeGrom was going to be shut down, and it's going to be at least 2 months before he pitches again. So that's why I took the Mets off my board. I don't think they're going to be able. I know they all think that you listen to Mets fans in the New York area, and they think that they have this great offense and it's going to be outstanding, and look out, come on, let's go. And you got Tyler McGill starting for you in opening day, and that's not a good sign. So Phillies, Brewers, I took them as a wild card, and then I'm taking the Giants again to make the wild card. I don't think they're much different. I get it, they lost Buster Posey. I get it, they lost Gausman, but they replaced Gausman with Rodon, and all you Chicago fans know how good he is. And they're gonna scrap and scrape, and you're gonna go, how is this team got 93 wins? It's gonna be that kind of thing. I don't think they're gonna do, what was it, 107 wins or whatever it was last
Unbelievable.
year. Yeah, that's almost impossible to repeat. But I think they got a real chance of getting the wild card. And if you're chasing down the Dodgers all year and you fall just short, you're going to win the wild card. So, and I just don't believe in the Padres. That was a nice trade that they made this morning, but I can't buy into them. Real quick, World Series. Who's in it? Who wins it? Start with you, Joey.
Yeah, I put the Dodgers in there, and I could easily had them winning it because they're just so loaded. But at the end of the day, I'm going with the Toronto Blue Jays to take out the Dodgers. I I just love this team. I think it's one of the most likable teams in baseball. This is the type of team where if the average fan or somebody who's not too into it, you want to start them watching baseball, you have them watch a Blue Jays game, especially when they're in their home field. You got Guerrero Jr., Biggio, Bichette, Chapman, Springer. I mean, the lineup's just exciting all the way through. And then they added on in their rotation. I think it's going to be Barrios' year, Gausman. They added Hyun-Jin Ryu's going to be a solid 3. The Toronto Blue Jays go home with the gold over the LA Dodgers.
Tones, what say you?
I got a similar one, but I'm going to say Rays over the Dodgers as the Rays get retribution for the bubble World Series. And I had the Braves going to the NLCS game, and then I just had the Dodgers get in there to the World Series slightly over the Braves, and then I had the Rays taking out the Blue Jays in the ALCS. And I think the Rays get retribution for the bubble World Series. I think they add another big guy at the deadline this year like they did Nelson Cruz last year, and I think the Rays have what it takes. I think Kevin Cash is one hell of a manager.
I've already said this on 2 other shows. I'll say it again. I'm going to put my name on it. Atlanta Braves become the first repeat champions.
Wow.
Since the 2000 Yankees. It's hard to believe it's been so long. It was pre 9/11. It's how long it's been since we've had a repeat champion in baseball. So I think they finally get it done. They're going to add Acuna. They add Olsen, who has better numbers from first base. I think he'll struggle at the beginning. I don't live in a fairy tale world because I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on the kid. But they're going to add Ozuna, and he got all his issues cleared up. And then at some point, Soroka's going to pitch again, and they're expecting him to show up around All-Star break. Of course, that's what they said last year, and they had to do another surgery. But I'm going off the goodwill and the good luck, and I think they take out the Dodgers, and I think it's going to be monumental matchups. Kenley Jansen versus Freddie Freeman in the Battery. We're going to be rocking it, and we're going to be able to bring it to you. The Atlanta Braves are going to knock out the Toronto Blue Jays. I do like Toronto. Even though I didn't take him to win the division, I still think they're going to find a way in the playoffs, and the way the playoffs are set up, not winning the division before, if you didn't win the division, I'm not picking you to win the World Series because that 1-game plan can go anywhere. But now Toronto's already pretty loaded.
Yes.
What happens if they add another big arm at the trading deadline, et cetera? And also what happens if they go to play a team, and I don't have one in mind, but they go to play a team in the American League and they ain't vaccinated and they get to the playoffs and they can't even enter the country. So that's why I am betting on the teams that can do it. We got to take off. Walk-offs real quick. Joey, what you got?
Real quick. Hey, you guys don't need it, but good luck tonight. I'm to be tuning in. I'm looking forward to a great season of Mac and Tones on the call. I'll be commenting. I'll be live chatting it up. Really, honestly, good luck to you boys. They put a lot of time in. You deserve it. Go kill them.
Thank you, sir. Tones, what is your walk-off as we get ready for a first pitch in about a little over 10 minutes?
We still have a handful of games left today, handful tomorrow. Enjoy opening day and enjoy opening baseball weekend. It's a special feeling, unlike any other and any opening day of sports. It's really different in baseball, and it's fantastic. So really just sit back, relax, and enjoy some good old baseball from now till Sunday. It's just a different feeling.
We are going to take a break. We will be back in about 10 minutes to get you ready for first pitch. Braves, Reds, opening day. Let's go. We'll be back in a flash.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights, this baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey and Tones Areola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Baseball is a beautiful thing. It's more beautiful in an old park. It's asymmetrical and quirky. But even in a dome with artificial turf, it's beautiful. The way the field fans out, the choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it, the fact that that pace and rhythm allows for conversation and reflection and opinion and comparison.
In right field, the crowd is tormenting Strawberries, singing Darryl, Darryl. Little roller up along first, behind the bag. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win. And there's a fly ball deep to left. It's on its way. There it goes. And the Yankees are going to the World Series. Aaron Boone.
Ground ball stabbed by Folk. He has it. He underhands to first for the first time in 86 years. The Red Sox have won baseball world championship. Can you believe it?
It's a pastime, something you do. It's entertainment, something you watch. And it's a shared experience, something you talk about and read about. But you can apply those same three criteria to other things. What makes baseball special is that it's the best game that's ever been devised.
Smith corks one into right down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Sure as God made green apples, someday the Chicago Cubs are going to be in the World Series.
A little bouncer slowly toward Bryant. He will glove it toward Rizzo. It's in time. And the Chicago Cubs win the World Series. Win! What a lucky break! The good Lord wants the Cubs to win.
Not be romantic about baseball.
If there's a bigger thing going on right now, I don't know what it is. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is swung on and hit high and deep down the right field line. Is it fair? Is it? He is gone, baby! Ram-a-lam-a ding-dong, zip, boom, bam! A 3-run shot. That thing looked like it was curving foul, and it is absolutely scooping down the line.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proud what the twilight's fast gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. For the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets ran, and the bombs bursting in air, it proved through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Good evening and welcome to the Armchair Quarterbacks production of Braves Country Baseball. And joining me today is Tones Ariola. He's going to be doing the play-by-play the first 3 innings, and he's going to hand it off to me, and I'm going to hand it off back. Tones, how the hell are you?
I'm great. It's opening day. It's a special feeling this time of year. We got a special crisp air tonight in the field of play. It's the Reds, it's the Braves. 2 great historic teams for the game of baseball, and I think we're going to get a fun pitching matchup tonight.
Well, we've got the game going. Max Fried is warming up, and I'll let Tones take control, and we will be here with you for the next 9 innings as the Braves raise the banner today. And the Braves also had Chipper Jones throwing out the first pitch.
It's a beautiful night in Atlanta, that's for sure, which it seems like we got lucky tonight. The East Coast had quite a handful of rainouts, it seems, but no raining out this one. The defending World Series champions and National League champions, the Atlanta Braves, are taking host to the Cincinnati Reds. I'm Tampa Tones here alongside Mr. Mac McGee for these first 3 innings. And we got a lot of good prospects perhaps in this game. And Mac, do you got your eye on any particular young players on either squad in this one? One from Atlanta, one from Cincinnati perhaps. What are some young guns that you got your eyes on as these guys warm up?
Well, looking at the starting lineup, you got Jonathan India leading off, and he was a phenomenal young player that came on like a bat out of hell last year, and I expect him to be once again one of the top young players in the game. He is about to take the first pitch, and I will throw my thoughts in as we go along.
Yeah, and as McGee alluded to, we got the first pitch coming. Fried is kicking the dirt, looking around, and it's opening night. We got baseball here, and we'll get into lineups and other fielding alignments here in a quick second as we bring you guys a game. And Fried fires one, strike one at 96 miles an hour in there. McGee, finish your thoughts.
Well, first of all, Max Fried, I'm hoping that he continues to pitch the way he ended last year. He was the best left-hander in baseball from August on, won the World Series, and hopefully it continues.
And Fried has him 0-2 now as another fastball crosses India at the knees, and India is looking to make something happen here with the 0-2 count. And Fried fires one for strike 3, high and inside with the high cheese, 98 miles an hour, gets the first out.
Yeah, India couldn't get around on that one, but man, what a nice pitch by Max Fried to start the season off with a 3-pitch strikeout to one of the better young players, one of the few players that Cincinnati didn't trade off during the offseason.
Yeah, and like McGee alluded to, they didn't trade him off, which is rare for this team. Is they really did get rid of a lot of people, and Fried is up ahead 0-1 again, getting ahead early.
Yeah, Max Fried, he could be a dark horse for the Cy Young.
And here he goes. He throws a 76 mile an hour off speed, and it's 1-1 here for Fried as he battles with Aquino.
Aquino, big young batter, and he's had some early success early in his career, but has struggled a bit.
And now it's 1-2 as Aquino fouls one off, and Tommy Pham on deck, and then Votto in the hole, Stevenson 5th, Sunzel 6th, Moustakas 7th, Farmer 8th, Drury 9th, Molly on the bump, Fried with the 1-2, high cheese, but fouled away by Aquino.
Max Fried is coming out on fire, and for him to look this good, now the only thing you worry about is the nerves early in the season. You kind of exhaust yourself because he's working at a really fast pace.
He is, and it's a 1-2 pitch, and it's in the dirt. And Aquino, they say, he goes around. He tries to check his swing. It's too late, and the Braves make an easy out at first. Aquino goes down, stringing back-to-back strikeouts to start the game for Max Fried.
That's what you want to see to start the season, right? Back-to-back strikeouts. And I'll tell you what, the less people that you can have on base when Pham comes up, and then, of course, you got Votto sitting on deck. Votto, he pushed back the clock last year, made some adjustments, and really had a phenomenal year.
It felt like vintage Joey Votto there last year as Fried falls behind for the first time in the count. 1-0 here to Tommy Pham.
Braves nothing, Cincinnati nothing. We're just getting going here. Happy opening day, y'all.
Fried now falls behind 2-0. Opening day. Quite the night. Looks like a fun one in Atlanta, and we'll get into it here in a second as Fried takes it to the mound. It's a slow chopper back up the middle. Fried handles it with ease, and he throws it on over to the new superstar first baseman in Atlanta, Matt Olson. 1-2-3 inning here for Fried. We'll get back more into the game. McGee, do you want to stay here or take a commercial?
We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, the Braves will grab the bats.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
I'm not audible. How audible? I'll use Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Blue poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Stop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check, hey, Short Ox! Luda Raiders! Red Giant! Omaha! Come out!
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play, calling it how I see it for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball every Friday night, first pitch to last pitch, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Challenge accepted.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball Opening Day Edition. Tones Areola, and I'm Mac McGee, and Tones, the Reds are getting to send Tyler Mahle to the mound with a 3.75 ERA.
Yeah, and this will be a tough battle for him as the Braves put out a really good lineup. You got Eddie Rosario leading off, followed by Olson, then Austin Riley, and then after Riley, you have Ozuna, Albies, Duvall, DiArnaud, Dickerson, and Swanson. So this is going to be a tough first outing for Mahle. We'll see if he could settle in here, and we'll see how Mahle fares against this Braves. And Mahle had a pretty good year for pitching in Great American Small Park last year. He has the first pitch strike, 94 miles an hour, right over the middle.
Yeah, Eddie Rosario leading off. Of course, he's the NLCS MVP, and the Braves signed him to a 3-year deal in the offseason, 2 years with a third-year club option, and he is hitting leadoff tonight.
And he tries to bunt it time, pops it way up into the air, given chase by Mahle, and it falls at his feet. So now the count sits 0-2.
Braves,
go ahead.
Braves are in the home whites, and what's different about tonight's jerseys is that they have gold trim around all the lettering and numbers, and that's for the World Series championship. Really cool. And I'm heading that way this weekend, and I normally don't buy, like, you know, the goofy niche-y type of jerseys, but I'm definitely grabbing me one of those.
I totally feel that. Those jerseys are really cool, and Mahle delivers low, but it's swung at and missed by Rosario. So strikeouts adding up here early on as Mahle gets his first one.
For folks who are not familiar with Tyler Mahle, he's one of the best pitchers in the National League, and one of the reasons why he and the Cincinnati Reds in 2020 made a run into the playoffs, of course, faced the Braves. They couldn't beat them. It's because they couldn't score, but the Braves had a hard time scoring themselves. Remember, that was back when Bauer was on the Cincinnati Reds.
Bauer outage has been out for a while now as Mahle looks at the newly acquired MVP hopeful Matt Olson, who takes a 94-mile-an-hour fastball for a strike.
Yeah, Matt Olson, a lot of high expectations from the area. I wouldn't wish that on anyone, but he seems to be excited, and he's hit a couple of bombs this spring already.
Now Olsen bloops a foul ball, and now it sits at 0-2. Real quick, your lineup position for the Reds in the infield is Jonathan India at second, Votto at first, Farmer taking short responsibilities, Drury at third, Moustakis is your DH, Sunzel in center, Pham in left, Aquino in right, Stevenson catching, and of course Maul on the bump. And it's 0-2 here to a premier slugger in all of baseball, and Maul gives him the high cheese at 94, and it's swung on a miss by Olsen. We got a strikeout fest going on here. That's 2 up, 2 down via strikeout for Tyler Maul.
Yeah, typically in the early part of the year, you're gonna the pitchers are gonna be ahead of the hitters as far as trying to get their timing down and whatnot. Now this year could be a little different because everyone was forced into action with a much shorter spring training than normal, but it'll be interesting to see how long it takes for the bats to get going, not just in this game, but all throughout Major League Baseball.
And without Luis Castillo, especially, they need Maul to step up early on here, and he's motoring now. Another strike crosses a plate as Riley steps in here. Austin Riley could have been an MVP last year, and now he's an MVP hopeful for this year as he's taking his big black stick of lumber, twirling it around in the batter's box, getting ready, digs in here, 0-1. Now it's 1-1, down and away off speed.
The jerseys, you'll notice a 4 on the left sleeve, and I believe that is supposed to signify the 4th championship of the Braves organization. Remember, the Braves won 1 in Boston. They won 1 in Milwaukee and now 2 in Atlanta.
And that's pretty cool. They're doing some cool things with uniforms this year. And Austin Riley shoots one.
Nice.
And it's the scorcher up there for single through where the second baseman should be, but nowhere to be found. That's a single for Austin Riley.
Yeah, the Reds were playing a heavy right-handed shift, so 3 of the 4 infielders were to the left of the second base bag, and he just hit them where they ain't. Riley did that a lot down the stretch last year, and we're expecting the shift to get some kind of to be governed, at some point next offseason, and we'll get the details then. But as of it goes right now this year, the shift is alive and well, and you'll see teams doing it.
And the Blue just calls one that looks a little outside. Strike 1, 0-1 here on Ozuna as he steps into the plate. Blue was a problem last year, wasn't he?
Yeah, and I'll tell you something else that I'm noticing too that I didn't see in the headlines, but the Braves A on their helmet is also gold. I don't know if that'll be all year long or if it's just opening night.
And Ozuna hits one high and deep, and it's going back. And Sunzel is on the track. Sunzel's camped under a couple room to go to the fence. Man, that's a loud third out from Marcell Ozuna.
He almost got a hold of that. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it's the top of the second. Braves country baseball heading your way.
Max, a woman in my section wants to know if we do anything gluten-free. What do I tell her? Tell her she's not allergic to gluten. She's just masking an eating disorder.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/our stories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
This helpful instructional message from the National Association of People Who Have Trouble Walking and Chewing Gum at the same time. Step, chew. Step, chew. Step, chew. Step, chew.
Follow us anytime on Twitter. Our handle, Braves on YouTube.
Walt Whitman. Brooklyn Eagle, 1846. In our sundown perambulations of late, through the outer parts of Brooklyn, we have observed several parties of youngsters playing base, a certain game of ball. Let us go forth a while and get better air in our lungs. Let us leave our close rooms. The game of ball is glorious.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Cincinnati Reds 0-0 tie here in the top of the second. Mac McGee sitting along Tones Areola.
And it's a beautiful night here on opening day here in Atlanta, as it was 8:07 start time roughly, and we're motoring right along here, top of the second inning, just about 15 minutes underway here, and Max Fried delivers to Joey Votto, and it's 1-0 ball, and here comes Fried with the second pitch. He delivers, and now it's 1-1 after a foul ball 97-mile-an-hour fastball.
Lefty versus lefty matchup here. You got to figure Fried's going to try to get him off balance with some hard stuff and then try to put the Uncle Charlie on him.
Yeah, and Fried has really done a good job here early. I know it's only the second inning, but when he's down 1-0, he's not afraid to nip right back at the strike zone. And now he misses high here at 97. And speaking of cool uniforms, you alluded to the gold on the Braves. They're also nominating Roberto Clemente Award winners, and we'll get into that here as Fried throws, and it is called a strike, so at least consistent, little outside on that. What did you think?
He's been a little all over the place. I think that might have kissed the zone, but I did agree with you earlier with the Ozuna first pitch. That ball looked all off the plate, but we'll just see what he brings tonight.
And lefty-lefty matchup, faired hitter versus faired pitcher, Fried to Votto. Here we go. And the pitch high and inside and it gets Votto swinging. High and outside fastball gets Votto swinging.
Right by him.
Wow, incredible.
I was expecting something off speed, and I think Votto was too. Votto, what Votto did last year, and if he continues to do it the next few years, he might have reset his trajectory towards the Hall of Fame.
And I think he sure has. So good job by Fried there getting Votto out. And here comes Tyler Stevenson, one of the better young catchers in baseball, plays a little bit of first base. And that hit him. It was in the dirt. He's pointing to his shoes, and Blue says it hits him. So on a 0-1 curveball, it appears to hit Tyler Stevenson. Take your base, Tyler.
Stevenson, the catcher, and if it hit him, it must have hit him in a good place. He's not limping at all. He's just quickly jogging down, but no one seems to be reacting, thinking it didn't hit him. So maybe he got lucky and it hit him in the thigh. I thought it was close to the knee shin region, but maybe not.
Yeah, and I love these golden jerseys. You see Max Fried with the golden numbers on his back. As you said, the patch is outlined by gold. Hat has some gold on it.
Oh, is his foot?
Yeah, it looked like it nipped his foot there barely. As now Fried throws an off-speed over for a strike, but pretty cool uniforms, man. I would grab one if I were you, if I make my way down there.
Yeah, after I've seen them, I'm definitely going to do it. I mean, it's too cool not to. I'm hoping they have other colored versions of it. I'm not a big fan of the white jersey typically, but it is a cool look.
And for those unaware out there, whoever wins the World Series automatically gets the golden uniforms the following year. So whoever won it and then had to play in the COVID year got screwed out of a lot of ball games in a golden jersey. But Nick Senzel, and he lines one up the middle, and now we got a threat by the Reds, first and second. With one man out, Senzel has a grip and rip up the middle.
Yeah, he sent it right back where it came from, and no way for Fried to be able to react to catch that. And last thing I wanted to do is see Fried get injured this early on in the season. So live to fight another day. You got runners on first and second.
Yeah, and that was really a hard hit liner. Fried does a nice job getting out of harm's way there. It was around the head area. But as we talk about uniforms, MLB's honoring Roberto Clemente Award winners. They all are going to wear the number 21 on their hats this year as well as a special part of their uniform. So something kind of cool there for guys like Yadi Molina and other winners. But 1-0 here as Mike Moustakas steps into the plate. Outside and away off speed pitch early. It seems like Fried is trying to get him to roll into a double play.
Yeah, you got the lefty-lefty matchup. Moustakas does not run well, so in Votto's slow. You got the catcher on, so this is tailor-made.
So Moustakas is one of the veterans who have survived the purge of the Reds roster and really injured year last year, only 62 games, 6 home runs, unlike Moustakas. But here we are, 2-0 opening night, 0-0 top of the second. Could he get his team on the board? Could he get the Fighting Reds on the board? And fastball down the middle at 96. It looks like he gets under it. The second baseman's camped under for Atlanta. Calls off the shortstop for an easy out, number 2.
So that was Swanson coming over, making the play. The Braves had the shift on, as most teams will shift Moustakas quite a bit. And so Swanson had to come over. Riley, I find it interesting. Last year, they typically sent Riley into shallow right on the shift. Now they've got Riley standing over, playing almost like a shortstop position. So it'll be interesting to see if they're going to do this typically or if they just wanted Swanson close to the bag because of the double play.
Yeah, my apologies, McGee. Sometimes I forget about this darn shift.
It's so damn confusing, man.
I can't stand it, man. I'm one of those guys who, I'm a traditionalist with the game of baseball, and Fried throws ball 1 at 97 miles an hour, just misses high and inside. Kyle Farmer steps in. He had a pretty productive year last year.
If you want to try some real fun, the spring training games I was doing, about third inning, they start making all their substitutions. And you don't know who the hell's out there playing defense.
It's like a game. You're turning cards over. You need a program or something at that
and most
point.
of spring training jerseys don't even have names on the back. So you're like, I don't know, number 2's got it.
Yeah.
And they're Monday, a guy will wear the 2 jersey. By Thursday, they've given him a 97 jersey. So it's a disaster.
Yeah, it sure is. And then all the split squad games and whatnot. And here Farmer lines one into left field, and he has a base hit. He has the Braves the Reds on the board here early. Ozuna gets to the ball, gets it in, but no match for Stevenson as he crosses home plate by the time that thing gets cut off by the pitcher. It's 1-0 here, and Farmer has the Reds on the board.
Yeah, that pitch just caught way too much of the plate, and Farmer was able to just drill it back into left field. Ozuna, I know a lot of people have been on him for his defense. He's not a terrible left fielder. He's okay. The biggest thing that you know about Ozuna, he does not have a strong arm, and I'm sure Braves Twitter's killing him right now. But honestly, that was a pretty good play getting the ball back in. I don't have an issue with Ozuna playing left, and he'll be playing left until May when Acuna comes back, and then they'll shuffle the deck.
Exactly. And now, McGee, this is something that, reaps benefits of the designated hitter too, because before you had Farmer, the 8-hole hitter, step to the plate and you couldn't intentionally walk them to get to the pitcher. But now you have Brandon Drury in the 9th hole. So you couldn't really dance around and put him on base and then put another base runner on. But before you could with the pitcher, as it's 1-0, 1-1 now as he fouls one off.
Yeah, this is a big out to get, because if he can find a way to flip the order over, now you're talking about Fried getting tired. It's early in the season. India would be up. It'd be a lefty-righty matchup. So this is a really big at bat, big spot in the game for the Braves and the Reds.
Yeah, and Drury played a handful of games last year, batting just above 270 at 274, handful of homers. It's a fastball here, and Drury hits it high. Drury hits it pretty deep. It should be catchable for the Braves, and they're camped under it, and they get out of the inning, so only 1 run as it's unharmed. But we'll be back in the bottom of the second. We got Reds 1, Braves 0 here on Braves YouTube Baseball Today.
Make sure when your shift is over, you go home alive.
Look at that. The Hendersons are getting a new fence.
Ah, who cares? They're swingers.
I want a new fence. That's it. We're never having sex again.
Need a home loan fast?
At the American Bank of Los Santos, we'll help you get the debt you need to make life easier. We'll show you how to look richer and be poorer. You need to impress people fast, not in 20 years. It's only a risk if you get into money troubles or the economy changes. Call American Bank of Los Santos. Now that the kids have moved out and have drug problems of their own, maybe it's time to install a luxury marble wet bar so you can get drunk in private. American Bank of Los Santos. Why worry about tomorrow if you look inadequate today?
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Lose some weight.
Oh, come on, Quigley. Will you don't give me that?
Look at me, 92, and I still enjoy swimming and golfing, biking, all sports.
Whoopee.
That too.
Come on, after all at your age, must be down to a handshake, huh?
Yep, before and after.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. We got Tampa Tones alongside Mac McGee on the call. It's 1-0 here in the bottom of the second inning. The Braves are stepping to the plate, and we got Maul against Fried pitching matchup. McGee, what have you seen so far?
Well, the one thing I'm loving, so they're showing an overview of the Battery right now in Atlanta, and that place is packed. And for people who aren't not familiar with that, that's the area right outside the stadium.
Right, so that'd be comparable to those Chicagoans listening to about Wrigleyville for Braves fans. And Mal comes, and it's 0-1 with the high fastball to Ozzie Albies as he steps into the plate.
Calling some high strikes here early on.
Yeah, and another one, 0-2 with the second high strike. Those are both high strikes, in my opinion.
Yeah, I can't believe he called that second one a strike. The first one you can talk me into. The second one, that is way off the plate.
Way off the plate. Just, I'm not really sure what Blue's looking at. He's had a rough going in terms of outside calls, inside calls, and all those in between. Albies fouls one off now, and he stays alive at 0-2.
I mean, when you do that type of thing, what you're really doing is you're putting Albies in a hole right there, because it should have been 1-1 at that point.
Agreed, and it's tough for Albies, who hits a scorcher on the ground. Oh my gosh, diving play. Jonathan India gets up, throws it. Joey Votto scoops it. Bang, bang play. Albies falls over, and he's out. What a play by the Reds. That's what you call an old-fashioned web gem by Jonathan India.
Albies was flying down the line, and he dove, hit the bag. We'll see here on the replay if he's actually out. He thinks he's safe, but everyone always does when you're running down the line. Let's see here. Oh, it's going to be close. It's going to be close. Let's see. He might have just beat it by a hair. I mean, a hair.
Yeah, that's one of those where it's a real bang, bang play. It's hard to tell on replay, but they probably aren't going to risk their challenge here, as it's very early and hard to tell, and they're not going to. But Albies is flying, just misses it, and now Molly's got a new batter at the plate, Adam Duvall, as he swings and misses for an off-speed pitch low for strike one.
By the way, for folks that are curious who is behind home plate tonight, it's Jerry Lane. He's going to home plate umpire. Wendelstedt is your first base. Hamari second, and Whitson is the third base. So it's Lane who's had the really bad strike zone so far.
Yeah, I'm shocked he didn't call this one way inside strike two the way he's calling the game. Instead, it's 1-1, and Duvall set up nicely for a power stroke here, perhaps from the power man, as it's a 1-1 delivery, and now it's low. The ball will hit the dirt. Stevenson says, "Give me a new baseball," and he throws it back to Maul, 2-1.
Braves trailing 1-0, and Duvall, this is the heart of the order. You'd like to see him. First of all, you'd like to see the Braves work the count a little more than they did last year. I was always little disappointed when I would see pitchers get into the 5th, 6th inning and only be at around 50, 60 pitches. So I think that's a key this year.
Yeah, and Maul is shuffling his fingers around in his mitt, looking back into the catcher, and he throws it, and it's fouled away, and it was a fastball over the heart of the plate. 2-2 count here now as Maul and Duval are dancing here a little bit in a tough battle. 2-2 here early on in the bottom of the second. 19 pitches in for Maul, 1 out as the Braves trail the Cincinnati Reds 1-0 on opening night. And we got a timeout, it looks like here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the issue is, but you had an even count at two apiece. You're talking about now, if Duvall can get something going, Darnode is standing on deck, and Darnode, people don't realize the injury that he dealt with last year, and then to be able to catch every single inning, every single out of the MLB playoffs, I think he's going to have a much better offensive year this year.
Yeah, I tend to agree there. And here comes Male in the windup. Male has his fingers in the ball, and he throws it towards the plate, and it's a little bit low, little inside, but it's swung on and missed nonetheless by Duval, as Male is sitting pretty here with 3 strikeouts here in the bottom of the second.
That was a nasty pitch. Sinking action might have been his splitter, but man, that was a nasty, nasty pitch inside on the knees.
Yeah, it had some movement on it for sure, and it was a little slower than the fastball. Could have been the splitter, no doubt, but Maul is having one of those nights. Him and Fried, even though Reds do have a runner throwing some nastiness tonight, let me tell you, as it's 0-1 here, as a new batter steps to the plate for the Atlanta Braves and tries to get things going against Maul, Travis d'Arnaud. And on the 0-1, d'Arnaud hits one high. He hits one deep to left field. It's a couple feet short of the wall, and Tommy Pham is able to get there and just camps under it.
That ends the inning. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
You just robbed a house. You have all this great stuff that now belongs to you, but you got this annoying pang of guilt nagging at you. Well, worry no more, because your friends at Cell Block Greeting Cards have the answer for you. Introducing our new line of petty crime thank you cards. Before you smash and grab one of our cards and leave it behind on your next heist. Choose from any of these fine heartfelt cards like,
thank you for the plasma TV.
Or,
thanks for the PlayStation, alcohol, and penny jar.
And,
don't use your toothbrush.
Or limited time, introducing,
I'm still in the house.
And many more sentimental petty crime thank you cards. Available at any back alley, shadowy parking lot, or
armchair.
I don't even like Drake.
You don't like Drake? How could you not like Drake?
Who's Drake?
Who's Drake?
Drake is good.
I told you that Drake was bad. I hate the Drake.
Follow us anytime on Twitter. Our handle, Braves on YouTube. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play, calling it how I see it for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball every Friday night, first pitch to last pitch, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Welcome back here to Braves baseball, and we got a good one on opening night tonight as we got Tyler Mahle going up against Max Fried, and it looks like we got a pretty cool graphic on the screen as Mr. Freeze taking the race as it brings it down Atlanta Braves history today. What do you say about that, Mr. Mac McGee?
Well, that's infamously done in Atlanta. I think it's the 7th inning. During the 7th inning stretch, might be the 8th inning. But Freeze runs against a fan, and he gives him a huge lead every single race. And I believe he's only lost one, maybe two over the last several years.
Yeah, I want to say it was 1, maybe 2. I was actually going to ask that myself, as it's 1-0 here, and Max Fried quickly gets it to 2-0 on Jonathan India. But I know 1 did for sure. Maybe it's been 2, but nonetheless, it's rare. It's rare that Mr. Freeze goes down.
Well, they've never released his actual identity, but everyone's assuming that he is an ex-Olympic track athlete.
And now it's 2-1 on India. Freed with the pitch, 2-2 evens it up. I could assure you one thing. It's not me in that costume running down that Warren track. That's for sure.
Yeah, so the Tyler Mail thing, I was looking it up, and we were having a laugh on it off air. I have heard his name specifically pronounced 3 different ways on national telecasts. I finally had to look it up, and evidently he prefers Mail.
Yeah, and I've been going back and forth. I thought it was Male, then Mal, now it's Mail. So, and India gets one on the inside corner, but fists it off his hands, and he fights it off into the outfield. A good 2-strike approach by India, who somehow makes something out of nothing there. Freed gets unlucky as India just is able to knuckle it into left field for a 2-strike, no out base knock.
Yeah, that was basically a good old fashioned Texas leaguer just went over Ozzy's head and get the leadoff batter on. That's not what you want when you just had a rough inning. You'd like to get a really quick inning, and the Braves are back in the shift against Aquinas.
And now Freed comes to Aquinas. I'll look that one up. And it's inside, and it's knuckled off into right field this time, but Aquino is able to get on board, and the Reds have something brewing here with men on first and second. 2 not bad pitches by Freed by any means. Really good pitches, actually, inside part of the plate, both off the fist of these batters, but back-to-back tough base knocks to opposite ends of the outfield for the Reds.
Yeah, the ball came off the bat. They're showing the exit velocity is only 67 miles an hour. So that tells you right now that it was a blooper. But once again, going against the shift, no one's anywhere close to it. And it's one of the things that I hate about the shift, and I'll be glad when it's gone, because that was one that should have been caught on a base defense.
And you do hate that when your team shifts and then it hurts you. As here steps up the most prized possession of the Reds offseason, perhaps Tommy Pham, as he fouls one hard. He's late on a fastball. But I agree, the shift for, it does teams some good, I'm guessing, but at the same time, it hurts a lot of teams, right? They're a perfect example. If you're playing old school baseball, that's perhaps a double play or at least a pop an out, something like that of that nature, as a second baseman would have been there. But now you got Jonathan India on second, Aquino on first, and the 0-1 pitch to Tommy Pham. High cheese, 94 miles an hour, gets a swing and strike, and it's 0-2.
Braves trailing at 1-0, and they'd really like to put an end to this rally here. You're right there in the heart of the order. I'll tell you what, I thought that Tommy Pham signing by Cincinnati was a very shrewd signing. It's a guy that they can trade at the deadline if Cincinnati's out of it.
I totally agree. That's one of those moves where it's a dual threat, I call it. He could help you win, but if you're out of it, he'll get you some prospects. High ball for 1-2. And for those unaware, we do have another game under action now in the NL East, as the Nationals and the Mets are finally underway, and it looks to be cleared up there now as they're in the top of the second, 0-0 ball game. So a lot of NL action going on right now. Is Freed on a 1-2 pitch, comes in high, and it's 2-2 to the batter as we got 2 men on and no outs.
Yeah, Pham working the count, and you've got Votto on deck. The last thing you need is bases loaded, but you can't just lay one in there either. Braves not starting off the 2022 season the way I would like. Of course, long season, but you want to get that W when you're raising the banner.
Yeah, and especially on opening day, Pat Hughes said it earlier, Cubs radio announcer. He says opening day is the only game, or one of the only games, where you win, it feels like multiple wins, and when you lose, it feels like multiple losses. And the fact that the Braves are having their banner night, this one feels big. It's very early here, but this is a very big spot, and a 2-2 count, no men out. Freed's 40 pitches in, top of the third, 1-0 Cincinnati. Tommy Pham at the plate. high, 96 miles an hour. That's the third ball that misses high this at bat and way high. And now it's full. What do you do here, Mac?
They may have to send I don't know if you want to send Snicker out there or what, but it might be time to go out there and settle down Max Fried, especially if he can't get out of this at bat.
And that was another ball high. So a ball 4, the fourth ball well above the strike zone to Tommy Pham. They give Tommy Pham the right to take his base. He says, "Thank you, umpire." He starts trotting to first. And now here's the Braves in trouble. And I think they got no choice but to talk to Max Fried.
They just showed Kranitz, the pitching coach, sitting there making notes, but it doesn't look like he's heading towards the mound. I think that's a big mistake. I really think that they need to go out there and settle him down. I guess Darno's going to do it for them, but he's got base loaded, nobody out. You know, the nerves are there. He looked really good at the beginning. This strike zone hasn't helped him, but you can't blame all that. He's had a couple of unlucky breaks this inning, and he just needs to settle down and kind of minimize the damage. You know, there's not much of a chance that you're going to get out of this inning without giving up a run, but you got to minimize the damage and not let it get away from you.
Yeah, now, and here's a pitch to the plate, and it gets by the catcher, but D'Arnaud does a good job after he goes out to the mound to talk to Max Fried. The ball gets away on another high pitch, but no runs are able to cross the plate. So good job by D'Arnaud to get back there and pounce on it and really not let any damage done. But it definitely looks like Fried could have used the talk from Rick Kranitz.
Nice play by Travis D'Arnaud. Luckily, the ball hit the back wall and ricocheted back really quickly.
Yep, that's for sure. And now we got a 1. Yeah, I thought that was nope, he didn't go, so they're gonna call it 2-0, and now it looks like 2-0 on the count.
He is in trouble. And once again, Kranitz should have went out there. I don't know what he's doing, but he should have went out to the mound. And it's a little frustrating that you're going to let the guy, hang out to dry there. This is one of the reasons why I thought it would have been a lot smarter for the Braves to have Charlie Morton on opening day. He's got more experience.
I agree. I think that Morton could have went out there and put up a pretty good performance on opening day. Now, Joey Votto's at the plate, and he rips one into right field, and now that's a base knock. We'll see how many runs cross the plate here. It looks like they'll get 1 run, and now it's 2-0. Cincinnati's really pushing the envelope. Bases still loaded here. No outs remain, and Max Fried and the Atlanta Braves seem in trouble here early on.
Well, it was a 2-0 pitch, and he just tried to lay one in there, and you're not going to be able to do that to a veteran who's sitting there with no outs, bases loaded. He's going to be sitting dead red. He's lucky that's all that happened was a single because he got on top of it. Had he got underneath that, we might be talking about a big 4-run shot here. And Kranitz has got to get up off his ass and go out there and talk to him.
And Kranitz is a pitching coach who's been around the league a little bit. He was with the Cubs.
Finally out there.
He finally makes it out there. Breaking news: Rick Kranitz gets off his ass and gets out to the mound. But 2-0. Kranitz possibly should have went out there earlier, but tough call. I think he should have as well. But Kranitz was with the Cubs, the Marlins, Orioles, Brewers, Phillies.
He's already at 45 pitches. So a couple of pitches back, we're talking about 42 pitches. He's got nobody out. He had the bases loaded. You got to go out there and calm him down.
Yeah, I don't think there's any excuse or doubt about that. 2-0 here. Bases loaded here for Cincinnati. You got Tyler Stevenson, the young guy they got a lot of hopes for at the plate. And it's 1-0 early, and you see activity starting to perhaps get loose in the Braves bullpen. And now you got Fried, who delivers one to Stevenson. Stevenson knocks it out into right field. Right fielder catches it, throws it home, not in time. I think that's Aquino sneaks in and now gives the Reds a 3-0 lead. It wasn't a real deep hit ball. It was hit just deep enough to the right fielder.
That's one of those situations where if Acuna is healthy, you're not running on Acuna's arm. But Rosario has an okay arm, but there's a reason why he normally plays left field for Atlanta.
Right. And Rosario, beloved by Atlanta fans. It's just a tough play there. But like you said, Acuna's there. That's a different story. Rosario still has a pretty good throw, a little short, little up the line. Nothing he could really do, though. But like you said, if Acuna's there, perhaps different outcome. At least they get an out, but they trade a run for an out. 1 out, men in first and second, 3-0 Reds here in the top of the third as Max Fried continues to miss high. This time it's 1-0 to Nick Sunzall after another high ball.
The throw home, Eddie Rosario was caught flat-footed, and it's why they sent him. If his momentum's heading towards the plate on the catch, I don't know if they sent him because he barely beat the throw. But when you have an outfielder who's flat-footed, he basically poor job.
And here's Nick Sunzall, who used to be a highly touted prospect by this Reds organization. And Fried gets what the doctor ordered. A ground ball to the shortstop, LB flips it on over, and it's the double play to end the inning. We'll be back. Braves are down 3, but we're not out of it yet.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Slide here is your ex. But if that's the call, Mike, Will, and Sam all have to know they're shifting. Open palms to post, thumbs ups to crosser, thumbs downs and out. Trevor, why don't you get up here and draw that for us?
Playing in the NFL is hard, but playing
Armchair
fantasy football is easy.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
You go 14 times and only win 1 time. It leaves a little sting. But I've said this. I know it's going to sound weird, but I've said this. If I had to go back to the future and know what the results were going to be and trade with the Marlins, who won twice and only went twice, I wouldn't do it. At the 14 times, still thinking that maybe fate might change. Going 14 years in a row is pretty incredible.
How about that?
It is played everywhere, in parks and playgrounds and prison yards, in back alleys and farmers' fields, by small boys and old men, raw amateurs and millionaire professionals. It is a leisurely game that demands blinding speed. The only game in which the defense has the ball. It follows the seasons, beginning each year with the fond expectancy of springtime and ending with the hard facts of autumn. Americans have played baseball for more than 200 years. While they conquered a continent, warred with one another and with enemies abroad, struggled over labor and civil rights and the meaning of freedom.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. Tampa Tones here alongside Mr. Mac McGee on the call on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, and you can catch Braves games all season long on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube. Every Tuesday and Friday night, we'll be bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball, and every Thursday night, we'll be bringing you baseball game of the week, followed in pre-show Thursdays, and then Friday with Justin Waller and Mac McGee. We got a real fun summer that lies ahead.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
And we got first pitch to Alex Dickerson is a ball 1-0 here. Atlanta needs to put a little rally together.
Big news if you're a Mets fan or American League, NL East fan, period. Scherzer said he is a go tomorrow.
And that's huge for them as Dickerson, the designated hitter, rolls over on the ball, and it's a light grounder to the right side of the infield, and the Reds put him away. But Max Scherzer playing tomorrow, that's huge, especially after the DeGrom shutdown.
Dickerson slipped out of the box and hardly even got his feet going towards first. It was an easy put out. But yeah, Scherzer versus the Nationals. And by the way, that game's tied at 0 apiece, bottom of the second.
Yeah, a lot of action underway here tonight. We still got a couple games to go. We'll do a scoreboard update a little bit later on here. But Mail on the Reds, Tyler Mail, is off to a decent start here. Only 25 pitches, 2 1/3 innings. And McGee, what have you seen from Mail so far that has these Braves hitters struggling a little bit early?
Well, biggest thing is he's keeping them off balance. He throws about a 93, 94 mile an hour fastball, and then we'll pair that with a cutter, tailing away from right-handers and into left-handers, and then he'll try to put you out with the splitter, and that's what he's been doing.
And it's 1-1 here to Dansby Swanson. Swanson, the double leadoff hitter, some may call him, out of the 9-hole, but I think that's great analysis on Tyler Mahle. Is he's really just trying to come right at these guys and throw strikes and attack him, as he is one of those pitchers who doesn't nip around the butt much, perhaps. But Tyler Mahle is here, and it's 1-2 to Dansby Swanson. And Mahle looks to keep it going for the Reds as Swanson looks to get something going for the Braves, and a ball in the dirt. Stevenson will look at the blue and say, I need a new one. It's 2-2.
I can't get over how good those Braves jerseys look. I mean, they got the gold trim and everything like that. Now we just got to pair it with a W.
Yeah, gold trim and a W. You can't beat that. You know, a lot of emotions opening night, so you never quite know how these games go. Let's just say my pocket would like it if the Braves won a little bit, but Mahle on the delivery here to Swanson, and Mahle has his fastball working, and that's a high strike. A swinging strike for strike 3 is there's 2 outs in the inning, and up comes the top of the order. But man,
I mentioned this at the beginning of the game, and the thing is, the Braves need to work the count, because if they can get that count going, you got to remember this is the first outing of the year for Mahle. He's going to pitch around 75 plus pitches, right? And if you can get him out of the game, that Cincinnati bullpen has been decimated by free agency, trades, and injury.
You are not lying about that. It's sometimes hard to wonder how this Reds team perhaps missed the playoffs as a wild card last year with the talent they had. But nonetheless, Mahle in the windup delivers on the first pitch, and Eddie Rosario steps in, and now it's 0-1 to Eddie Rosario, who struck out in his first time.
Off the outside part of the plate, and he went fishing for it. That's a tough pitch to start off. Mahle is throwing really well.
Now it's 1-1, 86 miles an hour, misses low.
Good eye, little easier one to lay off. It broke much earlier and ended up in the dirt.
And Mahle isn't wasting any time. He gets right back in the windup, goes at him again, and this time it's just down and inside, bringing it to 2-1. Missed a little bit, and now they're analyzing Mahle. He's doing pretty good, although it's early. A lot of movement on his pitches.
Mets and Washington are still scoreless, and they just ended the second inning. Folks were asking me earlier today, who do you pull for when these two play? Well, you got to pull for the Nats, because the Nats aren't going to be any good this year.
Yeah, I think it's definitely circumstantial ball, and this year it's a no-brainer. You got to hope for the Nats. And who would have thought a couple months back that Miguel would be opening up as the opening day pitcher for the Mets, given the horses on that staff, but they are often injured.
So all right, Eddie's got to be sitting dead red here. He's got a 3-1 count. He's got a chance to get him on the board.
Yeah, Eddie Rosario is probably going to be sitting dead red here, and he gets an inside fastball, and it's well off the plate. And that's a good at-bat by Rosario to get the Braves some momentum going here with the man on first.
All right, I like it. You get him on, and you bring Mr. Matt Olson. I've been calling him Ice House all spring training. So Ice House coming up to the plate.
You got to love it here too. What other storybook fairy tale ending would have if Matt Olson in his first game with the Braves celebrating the World Series, although he wasn't a part of it? What if he gets a big home run here to make it a 1-run game?
Atlanta kid, you like to see him at least get a base hit. You don't want him to get the 0 for.
Rosario smiling, chatting it up with Joey Votto.
Good eye. He got a inside pitch there and just spit on it. And I guess Stevenson's going to go out there and talk to Mahle and make sure that they're on the same page, because something tells me, because it looked like that he almost got crossed up by that.
It sure did. It seemed to confuse Stevenson.
And that brings, I don't mean to cut you off, but that brings up a very interesting point going into this year. Is Major League Baseball is testing out with some teams, and some teams are doing it, some aren't. I don't believe Mahle's doing it, but they have technology now to wear a wristband and you can get your balls and or your pitch choices sent back and forth to the catcher on your wrist and his wrist.
Yeah, that's new technology as they're trying to limit sign stealing. And
I think they're calling it PitchCom, right?
Yep, you are correct. PitchCom on that. And speaking of PitchCom, we got a pitch coming here with Mail. High and inside fastball that Olson with the power cut just misses, and it's 2-1.
That thing was out of the zone, but he was wanting to bring rain with that one. I can't blame him. You know, I think Olson long-term in Atlanta, 8, possibly 9 years if everything goes the way it should. That short porch in right field, I heard Mark talk about it already twice in spring training. He's going to be swinging for that downs.
And Mail tries to go right back where Olson just swung through one. And Olson says, "You're not fooling me twice. I'm sitting back this one." And it's 3-1 with the big hitters count here for Matt Olson.
What I love about Olson outside the hometown kid thing is, first of all, he prides himself on his defense, a 2-time platinum glove winner. And then also he's known to work the count, something Freddie never did.
And now here with the 3-1 and
all right.
Mail misses like Freed did, high fastball, and it's ball 4.
And you need someone like Olson to work the count and Rosario to work the count, because it's infamous, and hopefully it's gotten a little better and whatnot. But Ozuna and Albies, they swing early in the count. When Acuna comes back, he swings early. When you had Freddie, we had an entire roster that was just constantly trying to ambush.
And this is the only problem with Mail. His whip was a little high last year, around 1.25. He tends to walk a handful of guys, and now he has back-to-back walks and struggling to find the strike zone as it starts off 1-0 here to Austin Riley.
Yeah, Austin Riley, big opportunity here to, and the thing is, you got to stay inside yourself and not be trying to tie the game up. You just want to get something hard to hit and see where the ball falls.
And now we have a fastball that has looked better than some other calls this game, that the ump calls a ball and they said he checked his swing. It's on the edge of the strike zone, nonetheless call the ball, and this blue's just all over the place. Good job by Riley, though, nonetheless, to get it to 2-0. Biggest at bat of the game here for the Braves on this young season, defending the championship. Mayo looks at Riley, digs in his glove, fires, and 3-0. 3-0.
Huge. Now, here's the question. Are you swinging at 3-0, or are you going to make him find the zone? Because he's been wild. And there's a part of me that says, look, if he lays one in there, swing for the downs. There's another part of it that says, make him work. He's up to 42 pitches now, and that's a big jump from just a couple of batters ago.
Yeah, I personally would say try and lay off if possible, just because that's me, but you never know. And the pitch here, and another borderline call, but they're going to give it to Mail as they call it outside corner a strike, 3-1.
Regardless, that ball was not a hitter's pitch, so you spit on that regardless.
Exactly. I couldn't agree more. Riley does a good job showing patience there. 3-1. Mail looks in, digs deep. Pitch to Riley. Riley gets one right down the pipe and he rolls it over. Foul ball, third base side. Full count. Runners will be in motion here with 2 outs in the bottom of the third.
He missed his pitch there. That is normally a pitch that Riley will rake into left field. A single here will definitely score Rosario. If you get one in the gap, Olson has decent speed. He's I'd say he might be a little faster than Freddie. Freddie was a very, very good base runner, very sharp base runner. So if he gets one in the gap, it'll be interesting to see. Ron Washington always
very and impressive. It's the pitch is on the way, and it's a ground ball to the third baseman. The third baseman fields it. Moustakas had a little trouble with it, gets it over to first, and the ball looks like it's a runner perhaps, and everyone looks safe. Everyone looks safe, and it's 3-1. Braves are on the board. They get a
the ball skipped on the ground, hit Riley, and Riley's safe at first. You got you got Ozuna. I mean, Olson went from first to third, and then Rosario scored on the play, and now you got Ozuna coming up.
Good heads up base running. A good throw maybe gets him, but a tough play nonetheless. Good job by Riley to hustle down.
Oh, it hits him right on the belt. I thought it hit the ground. It actually hits him right on the belt. I don't think Riley was is hurt. I think he got lucky and the ball hit him right on the belt. So Braves got to run in, and we got something cooking here with old Ozuna up to bat. Of course, everyone knows his transgressions last year, and he's paid his dues. And after all the information came out, it wasn't what the original reports were, but he's wanting to get back in the good graces, and what better way to hit a 3-run dinger right here, right?
Indeed, you are correct, my friend. A big home run here would be huge for him to try and win the fans back. As we know, winning in good moments cure everything. Would you rule that a hit or an error for Riley, you think?
I believe they're going to call that an error because the ball was up the line.
That would make sense to me too. Is it's a fastball swung on and missed by Ozuna. Ozuna was, I think he was listening because he tried to destroy that thing. It's 0-1.
Yeah, that's a that ball was up the line. If it doesn't hit Riley, it probably goes into the dugout. Probably would have scored Olsen.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. We'll let you guys know how they call that, because for fantasy players out there, that's big for mail.
They did call it an error.
So they did call it an error. That should
Right.
be an unearned run, I believe, then perhaps for mail.
Yes, it'll be an unearned run, and you won't get an RBI either. So
since there were 2 outs. Okay, so that's huge. That means that all these runs from here on out would be unearned if there are more to cross the plate. And Mail misses again, as now it gets to 2-1, and now Mail is flirting with trouble here with the heart of the Braves order coming up.
yeah, Ozzy standing on deck. He's not up to 48 pitches. Now you'd like to see Ozuna be patient, but he's known to sit dead red.
And he was sitting dead red, but he guessed wrong there, as it was a low out of the zone pitch, and he got fooled and swung at it. You'd like to see him lay off there.
You know, that's what drives you nuts about the Big Bear. When he's hot, no one's hotter in baseball, but he will swing at some wild stuff in a 2-1 pitch like that, an off-speed pitch. And a guy who's been struggling, you can't help him out.
Oh, and he rips a rocket up the middle, and Mail just throws his glove out and says, look what I found. Is a line drive, just appears in his glove as he robs Ozuna of a base hit that would have made this a 1-run game. We got the top of the 4th coming up in a heated affair, 3-1 Reds here on the Braves Network.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Reggie Gillespie dives into the end zone. The winning points from North Carolina State. And the teams come together in the end zone, pushing, shoving between the pack and the heels as Gillespie has scored the winning points, his 5th Russian TD. But these teams need to be separated. The emotion boils over on the last play of the game as Gillespie goes to the end zone. And it's a sea of Carolina blue and state red.
And Carruthers gets into it, and they've doused him, and now we've got a big brawl out on the field. Marring would have been the 200th victory for Bobby Bowden. Look at this. That's an ugly mess down there. This is ugly. Trying to get it cleared up down there, although there's still some bodies flying around.
ACC football, backyard brawls all year long.
I'm up. Biggest pick of the draft. 5th pick, 6th round. TJ Hoshimazode. Yes. Lock it up.
Who? What?
TJ, how's the vanilla? All right. TJ, who's your mama?
Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Hushmanzada from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Hoshimazoli. Got it. Championship.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
This is Jim Rome. Join me in the jungle for your phone calls and the biggest names in sports. Stop by weekdays, noon until 3 Eastern, 9 to noon Pacific.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. I'm Mac McGee. I'll take over the play-by-play for the next 3 innings, give Tones a break. And the Braves are trailing 3-1, but got a much-needed run, and an atom ball ended the inning. That ball was rocketed back up to Tyler Mahle. And here's the first pitch from Max Fried, and it's over for a strike, and it's 0-1 to Mike Moustakas.
And here the Reds are looking to try and chip on while the Braves are looking to hold the score where it's at.
Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's out of the zone, taken for a ball, slider in the dirt, and it's 1-1.
Fried keeps trying to attack here, but we'll see his approach as the at-bats go on in this game.
Here's the 1-1 delivery, fires it, fastball, and roasted foul out of play down the right field line. And it'll be a souvenir, and it's now 1-2. You got to love Fried being able to get a run, maybe get his feet underneath him, maybe you get a few more innings out of him.
Exactly. That's their hope, no doubt.
Here's the 1-2 delivery by Fried, and he rocks and fires, swung on and missed. The Uncle Charlie dropped off the table, and it's quickly one away in the Cincinnati fourth.
And that's what you love if you're a Braves fan about Fried. Is ugly as things got a couple innings ago, look at how he bounced back right away. He gets a big punch out.
Cincinnati 3, Atlanta 1, top of the fourth inning. Opening day here in Hotlanta, GA. Max Fried fires and delivers, and it is a curveball at the knees, called for a strike. It's 0-1.
And this is what I love about baseball. Bobby Witt made history today, being the first player ever in the Royals to get his first career hit in the 8th inning to be a go-ahead RBI.
That's a random stat, is it not? Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it swung on, curveball, missed for a strike just outside the zone on his tippy toes, and it's 0-2.
That's one of those ESPN stats that they pull out of their butt to be, oh, he did this for the first time.
That reminds me of a quote I saw. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is a curveball in the dirt, and Farmer will foul it off, and it's a 0-2.
Really? I know this Reds team made a lot of moves that didn't help them, but their lineup still got some good names in it, especially the lower half of their lineup.
Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it swung on and dribbled over to short. Dansby has it, fires it over to first, and Olsen makes the backhanded stab, and there's 2 away.
Yeah, you even see Olsen there coming in to help on defense. I was a former first baseman. That ain't as easy as it looks, folks. That ball could easily bounce up right there off the dirt and smack you in the eye and easily break a cheekbone, but a guy with Olsen's caliber makes it look easy. And folks, from one first baseman to another, job well done there, Matt Olsen. That's not an easy play.
I like how Olsen got down, bent his knee, and was almost in a goalie position. You got to love him getting low like that. Here's the first pitch, and it is a slider on the inside part of the plate, kisses the black, and it's 0-1.
And that's where a lot of first basemen get in trouble, where they stay stiff and just punch their arm down. That's how the ball gets by them. Olsen moves his body.
0-1 delivery to Brandon Drury, and it is a curveball at the knees, and it's 0-2.
And now Drury is in a hurry, no pun intended, but he's got battling to do.
Here's the 0-2 pitch. Braves in a shift, and swung on and fisted in to right field just over the head of Olsen, and on it is Rosario, keeping Drury at first, but it'll be a 2-out single, another seeing eye lucky dog shot, and that's the third one of the night for the Cincinnati Reds.
That exit velo was under 55 miles an hour. As you said, just another lucky fist of cuffs hit. Here, Brandon Drury gets it right over Matt Olsen, literally right over his right shoulder. Nothing Fried could do about that one, and another unlucky bounce for this Atlanta Braves ball club.
Bobby Bowden once famously said, "I'd rather be lucky than good," and the Reds have been, Lady Luck has been on their side tonight for sure. Here's the first pitch to India, and Freed's going to fire it over to first to keep the runner on us. We'll start it again.
And you see Freed with one of the lowest hard hit rates in baseball there, and it's been on display tonight.
Here's the first pitch to India. Reds leadoff hitter. There's 2 away, 1 on. Here's the windup and the pitch, and it's a curveball called over for a strike, and it's 0-1.
And when I was in Cincinnati last year for the 4th of July for Cubs Reds, this fan base really likes Jonathan India. This kid should be good.
For good reason. Very good young player. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Freed, and he deals, and it is pulled foul, and it's 0-2. Look like another curveball.
Yeah, and now he's got him guessing. So it's 0-2. The ball's in Freed's court since there's 2 outs. He could really do whatever he wants here. I wouldn't be shocked if he tries to go high and inside fastball.
Braves trail 3-1. Max Fried delivers the 0-2 pitch, and he lets it go, and it is swung on, rolled over to third. Riley has it, scoops it, and fires it over to first. That'll end the top of the 4th inning. When we come back, Ozzie, Duvall, and Darnode, we're coming back at you in a flash.
You better get that checked out.
Better get that checked out?
I would.
What kind of a therapist are you? I'm telling you, I'm scared that something terrible is going to happen to me right away. You start looking for tumors?
I'm trying to help you.
I bet you're rooting for a tumor.
I think you better go.
No, I'm going, baby. I'm going.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
I'm up. Biggest pick of the draft. 5th pick, 6th round. TJ Hoshmazode. Yes, lock it up.
Who? What?
TJ, how's the vanilla? All right. TJ, who's your mama?
Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Hushmanzada from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Haushmazoli. Got it. Championship.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. I'm Mac McGee sitting alongside Tones Areola. Opening day in Hotlanta, GA, and the Braves are trailing just 3-1, and they're grabbing the bats.
Yeah, they sure are. They're going to look to do some damage here against Mayle, who has an unearned run against him. But other than a couple walks at 1 inning and a bad play by the third baseman, he's been pretty sharp here early tonight.
First pitch is called for a strike to Ozzie Albies. Cutter on the outside, and it's 0-1.
Now, obviously, you hope for hit
0-1 pitch, and it is off the plate for a splitter, called for a ball, and it's now 1-1.
Obviously, you hope for hits every inning if you're a Braves fan, but the more Mayle goes in the game, the more vulnerable he gets.
Mayle sets to deliver, swung on and missed inside. Cutter just under the pitch. It was Ozzie, and it's 1-2. Mayle working a lot faster this inning.
Very quick.
You see that shift. You wonder why Ozzie doesn't learn the art of the drag bunt with his speed. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is a fastball high inside out of the zone. It's 2-2.
I'll tell you what, if he learned the drag bunt, he'd up his average about 20 points.
At least. Here's the 2-2 pitch, low and outside. It's now 3-2. I don't think he realizes it would open up everything, because you'd have to play him honestly, and he would get doubles, triple. I mean, you name it.
That is true. More players need to do that.
Full count to Ozzy Albies. Here's the windup and delivery from Tyler Mayle. He rocks in, fires it, swung on and into left center field, and it's going to drop down for a single. Nice sliding defensive play by the center fielder for the Reds. Senzel had to slide and backhand the ball, or that ball would have been over his head.
That's one of those line drives where you're an outfielder. It's really tough to read because it's staying up there. Then you start seeing it knuckle and nosedive down to the ground, but you're already making such a hard beeline. You don't want to run past it nor dive for it. So Sunzel does a nice job there sliding for it as the left fielder. Pham wasn't there to back up yet and hold him to one base, but good rip by Albies.
So here comes Adam Duvall. Doovie's coming up to the plate. He's 0 for 1 on the night as Ozzy leads off. Always a threat to go. Here's the first pitch, and it's swung on and fouled back. Looked like the slider on the outside part. It's 0-1.
And they are making Mayle throw some pitches here. So he's at 57 pitches, no outs here in the fourth. If you get a little rally going here, you could bounce him out of this game sooner rather than later. It'll be interesting to see the approach Duvall has as he's rubbing some good stuff on his bat right there and looks to step into the plate and burrow one into the bleachers.
Reds are playing a full shift. So they've got 3 defenders to the left of the bag. The only one standing to the right of the second base bag is the first baseman, and Votto's having to hold on Albie. So there's a huge hole over to the right-hand side if he can just poke it through. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Duvall as they're set to go again, and the delivery swung on and pulled foul to the left-hand side, and it's 0-2.
And that thing was hit hard for a foul ball. The ball boy wanted no part of that one, but yeah, that ball was hit pretty hard, and we'll see 0-2 approach now for the batter.
Braves trail 3-1, still early on here, bottom of the fourth. Duvall digs in. The 0-2 pitch, and it is a slider in the dirt. Nice block by Stevenson to keep Ozzy at first, and it's 1-2.
Stevenson's an underrated catcher. He hit about 287 last year with 12, 13 homers and pretty dang good defensively. That made the Reds comfortable to move on from Tucker Barnhart. And here you see why. Stevenson did a nice job there to hold the runner at first, as if it gets by him with that speed, he's at second at least.
So Duvall digs in, ready for the 1-2 count. And Ozzy leading off of first. Here's the delivery, fastball high and way out of the zone. It's 2-2.
Woo, that one was way high.
Woo, doggy. That was almost pitch out, kind of outside the zone. 2-2 count. Runner on first. Nobody out. Adam Duvall set for the delivery. And here's the pitch, and it is a fastball called strike 3 on the outside part of the plate. Think Duvall was looking for the local, got the express, and there's one away.
Yeah, sometimes when you're a batter and there's 2 strikes, you just got to go up there looking for something, and he clearly wasn't looking for the right thing there. So he sits down, and the Braves reset here with the new batter, hoping to make some noise.
Cincinnati 3, Braves 1, 1 away, bottom of the fourth inning. And that's going to bring up the bat of Travis d'Arnaud. He's 0 for 1 on the night. Hit one deep into the left field first time up. He takes the first pitch for a ball, low and away. It's 1-0.
And now I see that Acuna Freeman thing, that's pretty interesting that there were some clashes reported in the Braves dugout.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to in the pregame show. He was on Instagram Live. Acuna was, and basically it's being reported that he was basically had beef with Freddie. Throw goes back over to first base to keep Ozzy close, and it's 1-0. They were asking Acuna essentially if he was going to miss Freddie, and he said that there was no sweat off of his brow because he felt like the Freddie didn't care when Acuna got thrown at. He said that he felt like that he was almost like overbearing, not quite bullying, but overbearing in the clubhouse. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's a fastball called for a strike, and it's 1-1.
What do you think about that? Do you think that Freeman was just trying to be a good leader? And it's
that's one of those things where it's easy to jump all over Freeman now that he's left the team, but I have a hard time deciphering it. It's the difference between a 31-year-old and a 22-year-old. Could be superstar. Here's the 1-1 pitch, swung on and fouled back against the screen, and it's 1-2. I do know that Freddie has been quoted now as saying that there was some tension between the two of them. That I don't think it was anything extraordinary, but look, the proof will be in the pudding. Acuna comes back, and if he doesn't lead and the Braves don't win, then everyone's going to blame Acuna. If Freddie goes out to LA and the Dodgers don't do well, everyone's going to blame Freddie. So it's a lot of he said. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's a slider inside, and it's 2-2.
Those Braves batting helmets are even beautifully painted and dipped in gold.
That's right. When you
That
first
looks
see it,
amazing.
you almost think it's dingy, like it's dirty, but it is the gold representing the World Series championship. And here's the 2-2 pitch, and it swung on and hammered to the left-hand side down the left field line, way foul, and we'll do it again at 2-2.
And at first, I thought Elby's was dirt or pine tar because he's one of those guys who does get the pine tar all over. But then I looked, and I'm like, that gold is beauty. I love that.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier in the broadcast because I didn't see it at first. I did see that they're going to be selling the hats with the gold and the jerseys with the gold, but I did not know that the batting helmets were going to be like that too. Here's the 1-2 pitch in it, 2-2 pitch, and it swung on, strike 3, fastball right off the outside part of the plate, and there's 2 away in the Atlanta 4th.
And man, Mail now has 6 strikeouts on the evening, so he's been doing a pretty good job of having his strikeout pitch work, and we'll see if the Braves could adjust here as he's nearing the bottom half of the order as they flip around to time number 3 next inning or so.
Got to figure most of these starters are not going to go more than about 5 innings. So if you can work the count, you can get them out in the next inning or so, with it being early on here in the spring. That's going to bring up Alex Dickerson. And here's the first pitch to Dickerson. It's inside, cutter, almost nicks him, and it's 1-0. Dickerson came from the San Francisco Giants, free agent, signed a 1-year, $1 million deal. It is going to be a left-handed stick for the Braves off the bench, but right now is filling in for DH because of Acuna's injury.
Yeah, and they got him, and he's a cheap option that they supplant and feel comfortable with.
Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's inside again, this time the fastball, and it's 2-0.
Yeah, now here's where, again, the 9-hitter, usually a pitcher. Now it's Dickerson. So we're seeing the universal DH come into many factors here early on. What are your thoughts about it?
I'm still an old school National League guy. I'm going to miss the actual strategy of the National League, but I knew it was coming, so I kind of made my peace with it way back when they were doing it in 2020. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Dickerson as Ozzie leads off first, and fastball inside. Once again, it is 3-0.
Now it feels like we still have the pitcher on deck here, is 3-0, working around him a little bit, perhaps. Do you think he's doing this on purpose with Swanson on deck? I can't see why he would be.
3-1 pitch and 3-0 pitch on the inside, and it is a fastball called for a strike, and now it's 3-1. No, I don't think he's pitching around him. I think it was just an old-fashioned, was trying to hit his pitch, and he was just missing just off the plate. Here's a 3-1 pitch to Alex Dickerson as he digs in, and it is a fastball outside. Oh, that was called for a strike, and that's another garbage.
Are you kidding me? This is getting ridiculous.
Call. Jerry Lane is an absolute embarrassment to Major League Baseball. We've seen this all night long, and that should have been ball 4.
He's been terrible tonight. High, low, inside,
I got one
outside.
thing to say to this, Tones. when the robo umpires show up, I don't want to hear the complaints because it's guys like this. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and it swung on, hit high and deep into right field, going back. Caught at the wall. Aquino makes one heck of a grab, and we'll head to the top of the 5th inning. Cincinnati leads it 3-1. Follow us anytime on Twitter. Our handle, Braves on YouTube.
Sit shot.
Armchair Quarterbacks Radio covers the whole SEC the whole season long.
Dobbs heaves it. They're bunched up in the end zone. It's tipped up. It's caught. It is caught. Javon Jennings.
Just the start of things. First quarter at the Gator Bowl in Jacksonville as Walker digs to the right. It's outside. The 35. Look out. He's past midfield and he's got a blocker. Cuts to the inside. Herschel Walker. There he goes again.
Straight up the middle. Touchdown. Delayed reaction, but Tebow got in. Oh, jump pass. How about that? Oh, my God. It's like 1955. Holy cow. Are you kidding me?
Armchair.
SEC.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there. Pulling no punches, calling it how I see it for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, all season long, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
That's 3 holding fielders on 1 football team and a quarter and a half. That ain't funny.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 3-1, but we're just heading into the 5th inning. We know the Atlanta Braves scored a lot of runs the 7th inning on, so stick tight as Major League Baseball opening day just getting underway. What's the biggest thing that's jumped out of you so far today?
To me, it's been Mayo going at these Braves batters, and it's been an unearned run to this point. It's been, a little bit of an expanded strike zone that benefits him, but he's been going right after these defending World Series champs here opening night, and he wasn't supposed to be the opening night starter. Luis Castillo got hurt.
Aquino quickly ahead 2-0, 2 pitches outside the zone, and here's the 2-0 delivery, and it's a fastball on the inside part of the plate. Called for a strike. It's now 2-1.
And Aquino had huge power a couple of years ago, then turned into a part-time player. Now here he is getting his chance to be a full-time player here in 2020.
Max Fried deals and delivers a changeup, swung out in front of it, and it's now 2-2.
Got to go get him now.
2-2 delivery coming from Fried. Here's the windup and the toss, and it is a curveball swung on and missed. Strike 3. Go grab some pine. That was a nasty Uncle Charlie for the first out.
Yeah, it looks like he was expecting something different there. Got an off-speed pitch and boop, fooled Aquino, and now the Reds have one less man to go to battle with in this inning.
I don't think Aquino could have hit that ball with an oar. So that'll bring up Tommy Pham. Tommy Pham 0 for 1. Of course, Tommy Pham last year with San Diego, previously with Tampa Bay. Here's the first pitch, and it swung on, and it's hit high and deep into left field. Ozuna gets it before the warning track and squeezes it for out number 2. I thought that ball was going to take off.
Yeah, I really did too. And Pham's one of those guys who's bounced around a little bit. Cardinals, Rays, Padres, now Reds, but he's produced at every stop of the way.
Thanks for joining us here this evening on Braves Country Baseball. We will be here, Braves Baseball, every Tuesday and Friday night starting next week. And Thursday nights will be Thursday night game of the week with Tones, and Steven Troche will be joining us as well. Here's the first pitch, swung on by Votto. He bangs it foul out of play, and it's 0-1.
And I'm looking forward to being joined by Trosh and hearing his fantasy perspective or gambling perspective on these baseball games to help it make it more interesting as well.
We will be back here on Tuesday night. Here's the 0-1 delivery from Freed and swung on and popped up. It's a can of corn over to the third base side. Just fouled. Freed's got it. And what that ends the inning. So just like that, 1, 2, 3, we'll head to the bottom of the fifth. Lieutenant Dan's grabbing the bat.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by the best things in life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Let me tell you something. If the U.S. government decides to stick a tracking device up your ass, you say thank you and God bless America.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z?
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
It's the game my father taught me how to play. It's time I saw things on a level plane. Something was rolling towards me, and it said Spalding on it. Picked it up. Instinctually, we push it back. And those days, those summer days became fall days, became our Sundays together with my brothers and I, and my dad whipping off his wicked curve. I just remember how my hands hurt. And first, as I was afraid of the ball and his coaching, keep your shoulder in there. Don't bail out. It's not going to hurt you, and that's what I remember.
We are back with Braves Country Baseball, taking a really quick look at the upcoming schedule. Tuesday night, we'll be back here. 7:20 first pitch against the Nationals, Braves Nationals. Next Thursday, Yankees Blue Jays, 7:05 Eastern. Should be a heck of a game. We'll do the pregame show before that. And then next Friday night, it's Braves in San Diego take on the Padres. First pitch is 9:40. We will come on about an hour before that with the pregame show. Pregame show will also be live at 6 p.m. Eastern with Justin Waller. We are back in the Braves trail 3-1. They're about to grab the bats, bottom of the fifth inning, and Lieutenant Dansby Swanson steps up to the plate. First pitch is below the knees for a ball, and it's 1-0.
And we got a little bit of a breaking trade news here. Not a huge trade, but involving the Mets.
Here's the 1-0 pitch to Dansby. It's a fastball on the outside part of the plate. Could have been a little outside, but they called it a strike. It's 2-1. It's 1-1. What you got on the trade?
The Bob Nightingale reports the Mets become the latest team to make opening day trade, acquiring right-handed relief pitcher Adonis Medina from the Pirates. Medina with the Pirates last year had a ERA of 3.52 in just a handful of appearances.
2-1 is the count to Swanson. See, digs in. Top of the order is due up after Dansby. And here's the 2-1 delivery. It's a fastball on the outside part of the plate, called for a strike. Nice pitch. It's 2-2.
So here, you've seen it today with the off season being pushed back. We had 2 trades on opening day.
Yeah, the one this morning, I believe, is much bigger. That's a very minor trade in my opinion. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it swung on strike 3, out number 1 here in the bottom of the fifth.
Very minor. It's one of those things where the Mets do it for depth. They see an injured DeGrom. They see a guy who Scherzer, even though he's fine, they see him banged up. Taiwan Walker's listed as day-to-day. So I think they're just purely doing it for depth just in case things happen. But as you said, minor one. The one this morning, pretty big time with Paddock and Pagan on the move.
Pirates lost 9-0 earlier today, and they're already in sell mode. Here's the first pitch to Eddie Rosario, and it's off the plate for a ball. Look like the cutter, and it's 1-0.
We'll trade one guy every day until the trade deadline, and then we'll have no one left.
We'll get him next year. Let's not tear it apart. Here's the 1-0 delivery to Eddie Rosario from Tyler Mahle. He's facing the left-handed shift, and it is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 1-1.
Yeah, and here, the Braves have Rosario, Olsen, and a cast of characters coming up. I know there's one out in the inning, but it would be nice to try and at least push one run across here. It's the third time through the orders, so.
This very strange offseason, I believe, has led to here's the 1-1 pitch. Swung on, it hit high and deep into right field. That ball's going to die just at the warning track for out number 2. Man, that looked like it was going to give it a ride.
I really thought initially he got all of that, but you could even tell Aquino thought he did too, as he's smiling and sticking his tongue out a little bit. But good contact there from Rosario, falls just short of off the wall or over the wall power.
I see Bucks and Bombers back. Welcome back. And good to see on the telecast. Here's the first pitch, and it is called for a strike. That is right outside off the plate, but he called it a strike. It's 0-1.
Yeah, we got a fun chat going on right now. If you're tuned into YouTube, pretty cool, man. Join us on YouTube and join the chat. We got good characters.
Home plate umpire Jerry Lane's been all over the place, and here is 1-1 delivery, swung on, and it is roasted into right field, but it is nabbed by India. He throws it over to first. The throw takes Votto off the bag, but he's able to land the out just before his foot leaves the pillow, and that's going to end the inning. Great defensive play by Votto as he went over into foul territory to make the play. We will be back in a flash heading to the 6th inning.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by whatever we have in stock are us, your one-stop place to shop for whatever we happen to have lying around at the time.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there. Pulling no punches, calling it how I see it for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, all season long, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
I apologize for the distractions.
It's not what he said, you ignorant wretch. Spanish is worse than English.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Take the scenic route in the new Hyundai Santa Fe, the family SUV with available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you travel way off the beaten path. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
I see great things in baseball. It's our game, the American game. It will take our people out of doors, fill them with oxygen, give them a larger physical stoicism, tend to relieve us from being a nervous, dyspeptic set, repair these losses, and be a blessing to us. Walt Whitman.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Braves trail 3-1. We are heading to the 6th inning, so just past the halfway point, and it's time to get some shutdown innings and get some runs on the board, as the Braves did all last year, sitting alongside Tones Areola. And we are getting ready for first pitch, and it's first pitch is swung on and hit hard, high, deep into center field, but on it is Duvall, and that's out number one pitch, one out.
Yeah, you love the quickness there. So good stuff there. And that's what the Braves are looking for as this ball game moves deeper into things. They want Fried to work a little less.
Here's the first pitch. As we're getting set here. And first pitch to Senzel is called for a strike. It's 0-1.
And Senzel was a former top 5 prospect, not only in the Reds organization, but all of baseball in general. He's been a little disappointing to this point.
Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it swung on, fouled back, and it's 0-2.
I think he still has potential, but the Reds would like to see it sooner rather than later so they know if they got something in the kid or not.
Three-1 your score. Atlanta Trails. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it swung on, and guess he fouled that down the right field line. At first I thought he missed it, and it came off the catcher's glove, but I think he did get a piece of it. So we'll do it again at 0-2.
And again, it was off their fists, and it, Fried is battling him inside. Some are going for hits, some are going for foul balls, but a lot off the fist tonight.
Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is in the dirt. Slider did not go fishing. It's 1-2.
Yeah, and a good job there just to lay up as the batter and not chase the ball, but also a good job by Fried to do a waste pitch here. You don't want to catch too much of the strike zone and let the batter turn on a mistake.
1-2 pitch. Rocks and fires it, swung on and pulled over to the left side. Dansby has it, scoops it, flips it over to first, and plenty of time for out number 2.
And now Fried working his way through the 6th here. Do you think this is his last inning, or do you think they call him out for one more?
I don't think you'll see him for the 7th. He's kept his pitch down quite a bit, but I can't imagine that they're going to let him go out for the 7th. The first time out. It's not typically how Snicker has done. Here's the first pitch, and it swung on by Moustakas, and he rips it foul. The bullet into the crowd. Thankful there's netting there, and it's 0-1.
Remember, there was once a time without all that netting. Who could imagine?
Most people can't remember that because they got hit in the head. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Delivery swung on and swinging strike, slider on the outside part of the plate. It's 0-2.
Just makes you wonder how, sitting first row back in the day down there without netting, that'd be a little intimidating to say the least.
Mets and Nats are tied at 0 apiece, top of the 5th. Here's the pitch and delivery. It's way off the plate, slider outside, and it's now 1-2 to Moustakas.
He's had a couple of waste pitches this inning. At least he's making them worth it.
Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is fouled off again, and we'll do it again. 1-2.
He's actually been pretty efficient to this point. Fried at 81 pitches through 5 2/3 and a 1-2 count on Mike Moustakas. So if he gets out of it here, it'll probably be a done day, but
I doubt it. I think with that bullpen the Braves have, and you're able to, here's the 1-2 pitch, and it swung on and banged over to the left side. Dansby tries to scoop it, and he kicks it into right field. So that'll get Moustakas to first base. We'll see how they score that. I think it's probably a base hit. It was a difficult play. It was not a routine play. Looks like they're going to score it as a single.
I think I'd score it as a single because Swanson has to try and slide for the ball You see there, he's already in his motion going to the ground as he boots that ball a little bit. And now that
Just
all
past
but
his glove.
and to me, Freed is all but done after this inning now, after that, especially even if he gets out of it.
Well, I don't think there was any chance that he was coming back out. It's not just the pitches, it's the getting up and getting down, warming up and whatnot. And the first time out, it's not worth getting a young kid worn out on opening day. Here's the first pitch, and it is a fastball inside a little tight to Kyle Farmer, who's 1 for 2, and it's 1-0.
Again, Farmer's a pesky batter towards the bottom of the lineup. He's not an easy out of the 8-hole. Got to be careful here.
Here's the 1-0 pitch, swung on and popped up high and dropping into right field. Rosario has it, and he fires it over to second. Would have had the force play, but the ball gets away. Errant throw and great backup to keep that ball from rattling around. I don't understand why Moustakas would have been close to getting put out. Did he not know there were 2 outs?
Yeah, what is Moustakas doing there with 2 outs? How do you barely get there? It looked like he was halfway down, then started running back to first.
Yeah, that's absolutely what happened. He paused. He went about a quarter of the way, and that is going to be it for Max Fried. They're going to make a pitching change, and when we come back, the Atlanta Braves, we're heading to the pen. The night shift is getting the call. We'll be back in a flash.
The Almighty says this must be a fashionable fight. It's drawn the finest people.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Let's keep the Dodgers in Brooklyn. Our house is not a home without some.
But I want to say one thing in all seriousness. I feel sorry for you people that don't drink. I mean it, because when you wake up in the morning, that's as good as you're going to feel all day.
Armchair.
Playoffs? Don't talk about playoffs. You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
One summer day in 1839 at Cooperstown, New York, on the shores of Lake Otsego, the local academy was playing a game of town ball against Green's Select School. The rules of town ball were so loose that every hit was fair, and boys sometimes ran headlong into one another. That day, an academy player named Abner Doubleday sat down and on the spot drew up the rules for a brand new game and called it baseball. Abner Doubleday would eventually become a hero at the Battle of Gettysburg, and his game would become the national pastime, or so the legend has it. Abner Doubleday really was a distinguished soldier, but he was at West Point, not Cooperstown, that summer. Never claimed to have had anything to do with baseball, may never have even seen a professional game.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Reds are up 3-1. They got runners on first and second and 2 away, and Max Fried's night is over. 5 2/3 innings, 3 earned runs so far. And that's going to bring in Colin McHugh from the night shift out of the pen. Here's the first pitch from McHugh, and it's a changeup inside, just kisses the black, and it's 0-1.
An underrated offseason acquisition here, and McHugh followed in the footsteps of Morton now from the Astros to the Rays to the Braves, and he hopes for the same success that Morton had.
Yeah, McHugh reunites with his buddy Charlie Morton. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a change up a little farther inside. They'll call that a ball. It's 0-1. Another acquisition in the Braves bullpen that you won't see for quite a while that shouldn't be slept on. Kirby Yates was signed by the Braves in the offseason. He and McHugh have the best right-handed bullpen numbers in Major League Baseball since 2018. So here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is change up, we'll call it the cutter, and it's just outside the zone and high. It's 2-1.
It wasn't long ago when Kirby Yates was viewed as one of the best closers in baseball with the 42 save campaign in 2019. So he had a rough 2020, didn't pitch in 2021, but just 2 years ago, he was the best closer in the land.
2-1 pitches swung on and banged foul past the third base dugout. Looked like a slider inside, and we'll get it going here with 2-2. Deuces are wild. The Braves trail by 2. 2 on, 2 out. The 2-2 pitch. So we get ready for Colin McHugh. He gets a new ball, and here's the delivery. So he winds up after checking the sign and swung on and hit high and deep into left field, going back over the wall. That is a 3-run home run for the Cincinnati Reds.
Wow, the 9-hitter does it too. Brandon Drury, and that's another example of how a pitcher, usually they're a pinch hitter, now it's a guy in the lineup, and he makes him pay. First batter out of the bullpen, first batter as a Brave for McHugh, gets a rude awakening there.
Looked like the cutter, and it got way too much of the plate, and that ball went 377 feet. Just absolutely floated over the plate. Might have been the changeup. Darnold was set up on the outside part of the plate, and it drifted back inside. Here's the first pitch to Jonathan India, and it's inside for a ball. It's 1-0.
And now India looks to build on that homer, but what a hit by Brandon Drury, and he's trying to perform well here in the opening weeks.
1-0 count, cutter on the inside, called for a strike, and it's 1-1.
Almost nipped him there, but it did not.
1-1 pitch is inside for a ball, and it's now 2-1.
And now he's working quick. McHugh maybe a little frustrated.
Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it is hit over to the right-hand side, just underneath the diving glove of Dansby Swanson into left field. Ozuna gets it, fires it back into the infield, and they've got a runner on with 2 away.
If you want to remain in this ball game, I know there's 4 at bats left still, but it would be nice to stop the bleed in here. So McHugh's got to settle down. I know he's nervous on ceremony night on his new team, but it's now or never. Buckle down. Don't let another run cross the plate.
But you got to figure Atlanta, like you said, they have 4 more at bats. They're going to get into the Reds bullpen. Here's the first pitch to Aquino, and he hits a laser foul, and it's 0-1.
And the Reds are without their closer right now too. Who's on the IL? Lucas Sims. So,
and that is not a small deal. Lucas Sims, ex-Atlanta Brave, he was very good in their bullpen last few years. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it swung on, popped up high, and shallow right field goes foul. Rosario gives chase, slides, and it just goes past his glove. There's 2 strikes on Aquino.
Got a second strike the hard way there. Rosario almost makes a great sliding catch. Great effort by Eddie Rosario. That's why Braves fans love him, the heart and the hustle.
Big right-handed power hitter. So Rosario was playing for him to pull and had a long way to go. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Aquino, and it's a slider on the outside part of the plate, and it's 1-2.
And now here you see McHugh battling. He needs to buckle down here. He needs 1 more strike.
1-2 pitch to Aquino, and fouled back, right? He missed that just barely. I mean, he hit that on the screws, fouled back up against the screen, and we'll do it again at 1-2.
It was hard to tell for a second if that was going straight forward or straight backward, but that thing was off his bat in a hurry.
Anytime you see a ball go right back like that, you know they just missed probably a home run.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the 1-2 pitch to Aquino, and it is a slider popped up high and foul, out of play, back behind home plate, and we'll do it again at 1-2.
And he's been battling all night, Aquino, and he's looking to do something with the most of these at-bats early on in the season. He's got the opportunity.
New York Mets have taken a 2-0 lead, top of the fifth in Washington. Braves trail by 5 here. Still a long way to go. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Colin McHugh, and it is a fastball and popped up high and out of play. We'll do it again at 1-2.
So in 205 at-bats in 2019, Aquino hit 19 bombs, and then the past 2 seasons combined, he only has 12.
Yeah, when he first came up, I remember he hit the scene quickly, and people were scurrying to pick him up in fantasy. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is swung on, curveball in the dirt, swinging strike, sit him down. The Braves get out of the inning, but not before. Cincinnati puts 3 more on the board. Atlanta trails 6-1. We'll grab the bats next.
Now, if you want to crown them, but they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Against the blitz, touchdown, Florida State. Preston scores the touchdown, and now it's Bowden's decision, and he sends Mowry onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Mowry ties it. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie.
A deep throw by Lawrence, a lot of contact. Justin Ross broke free from it. He's down in the end zone. Touchdown, Clemson. Justin Ross, a freshman wide receiver, big, rangy.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Sit shot. It travels 60 feet 6 inches from the pitcher's mound to home, and it can cover that distance at nearly 100 miles an hour. Along the way, it can be made to twist, spin, curve, wobble, rise, or fall away.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Braves trail 6-1. But Austin Riley's coming to the plate, and he'll face Luis Cessa as Tyler Mail's night is done, and that's what you want to do. You want to get into that Braves, that Cincinnati Reds bullpen.
That's exactly right.
So here's the first pitch from the right-hander facing Austin Riley, and it is a fastball at the knees, 94 miles an hour, and it's 0-1.
Yeah, and it's interesting that they took out Mayo, but it is his first start of the year.
Absolutely. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a fastball, and it was a excuse me swing, and the ball trickles just in front of home plate. Austin Riley then runs down to first. He's out by about 2 strides, and there's 1 away.
Yeah, and good night to our buddy Frank, who's logging off for the night. He was able to join us. Pretty cool, man. Good to see him back for another season.
On this date in 1896, the modern Olympics were held, and Teddy Flack won the 1,500 meter gold medal. 2 days later, he'd win the 800 meter gold medal. That's on this date in history. Here's the first pitch to Ozuna, and it is a fastball on the outside part of the plate, called for a strike, and it's 0-1.
You know, Ozuna really wants to try and do something here.
Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a slider swung on and miss. And of quickly in the hole at 0-2. You golf fans, the Masters going on today. On this date, Ben Hogan loses the Masters by 1 stroke in 1946. More on that in a second. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is in the dirt slider, and it's 1-2. It was the first Masters in 4 years coming off of World War II. Ben Hogan, famous golfer, lost by 1 stroke to Herman Kaiser. And also on this date in 1969, Ted Williams begins his managerial career for the Washington Senators. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is in the dirt slider, and it's 2-2.
A lot of dirt balls this inning, a lot of dirty balls from Luis Sessa so far after Tyler Mile had a good game, and now he's out of it. So this bullpen has to keep it together.
This was a busy day in 1979. The Astros, Ken Forsch throws a no-hitter against Atlanta. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it's a slider in the dirt again, and it's now full count, 3-2.
Yeah, they keep running through these baseballs here. They're going to go through a baker's dozen this at-bat alone.
What made Ken Forsch's no-hitter historical, his brother Bob Forsch had also thrown a no-hitter, the only siblings to ever throw no-hitters in Major League Baseball history. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Ozuna, and it's another slider. Man, he went to the well 4 times in a row, and 4 times in a row, it's a ball. Yeah, 1 on, 1 out, and that'll bring up the bat of Ozzie Albies.
Look, the memorabilia authenticator must have told Sessa before he went in the game, hey, we don't have enough balls yet from this game. Go up, dirty a few. The umpire will throw them to us. We'll authenticate him, sell them for charity. So I don't know what happened, but a lot of balls in the dirt there. You can't have that. Not 4 in a row, at least. Bad outing and bad first batter from Luis Sessa.
Atlanta Braves trail 6-1. A 3-run bomb last inning broke the game open. Here's the first pitch to Ozzie Albies, just off the plate, but they call it a strike, and it's 0-1.
And another example of the blue having a long night. Looks a little off the plate. Instead, he's calling it a strike.
0-1 pitch to Ozzie. It's another slider in the dirt. And did he go around? He did not. And it's now 1-1.
Good job there of holding up. And those balls in the dirt, another one. It's just getting wild now.
Ozzie Albies digging in, getting ready for the 1-1 delivery. And here's the stretch, and it is a fastball way outside the zone, and it's 2-1.
Yeah, and good job here of Albies to get in the driver's seat with the man on first and needing a mini rally here for Atlanta. Let's see if he could get it going.
If you've not caught the documentary on MLB Network about Don Mattingly, here's the 2-1 pitch, and swung on and rolled over to first, and it's going to be a double play setup. He fires it down to second and flips it back over to first. Ozzie just beats it by about an inch of a step, keeping the inning alive, and Ozzie will be on first. A lazy ground ball to first almost turned into an inning-ending double play.
Yeah, that's the definition of bang, bang. Good job by Votto to wheel out, get it to Farmer. Farmer does a nice job getting it back to Votto. Albies is hustling down the line. His helmet actually flies off. Bang, bang play. His foot beats the ball, and good call by Blue.
So Ozzie keeps the inning alive. Can Adam Duvall take advantage of it? Adam Duvall steps into the plate. He's 0 for 2 on the night. And here's the first pitch, and it is a fastball inside off the zone, and it's 1-0.
Yeah, let's see if Duvall could do something now. We thought Albies was maybe going to do something, but Duvall has a gap in the right side with the second baseman shaded over.
Adam Duvall with 38 home runs last year. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it swung on and roasted foul. And we'll do it again at 1-1.
He's always had power. He displayed it with this team of the Reds before, and that's where he made his primary impact. And then he bounced around a bit, and then he made quite an impact with the Braves.
Second go around with Atlanta. On banner night, here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is a slider. He's going to call that high. That looked like a strike to me, and it's 2-1.
Yeah, now one that finally looks like a strike, he calls it a ball. Maybe it's a retribution, some might call it.
Here's the 2-1 pitch, and he lets it go, and it is a sinker in the dirt, and we'll do it again at now 3-1. Travis d'Arnaud stands on deck.
The amount of baseballs ran through today by Sessa might have already outmatched the amount of balls ran through Male all evening.
You got a 3-1 count, runner on first. Duvall digs in. Here's the delivery, and it's a fastball inside, and that's ball number 4, and that's going to bring Travis d'Arnaud up. The chance with a runner in scoring position to cut into this lead. That is going to bring it's going to bring the pitching coach out. We'll see if he actually makes the change out. It doesn't look like he's going to.
And all you need to do is tack on a little bit here, because the Braves outperform the Reds in terms of bullpen, and they have more at-bats remaining. So you get a couple back here, you make it a 6-3, 6-4 ball game going into the 7th. It makes you feel a lot better than a 6-1 ball game. The Reds bullpen depleted the past couple of years. Iglesias no longer there. Amir Garrett no longer there. So a lot of new faces in Cincinnati's bullpen.
Real quick on the scoreboard, Mets lead Washington 2-0. That game's in the top of the 6th. And Houston and the Angels are just getting underway at 0-0. Same thing with San Diego and Arizona. It's 0-0, top of the 3rd. Cubs over the Brewers 5-4 earlier today. Royals 3-1 winners over the Guardians. St. Louis all over Pittsburgh 9-0. And essentially everything else was rained out. So here's the first pitch to d'Arnaud, and he swings at the very first pitch, and it is a slider. He bangs it into the dirt, and that's going to be an easy force out as he dribbles it over to short. They'll get the force at second, and that'll end the inning. We head to the top of the 7th. Cincinnati leads 6-1.
Yellow. What delay industries? No. Way off. Well, yeah, that's the right number, but this is an apartment. Yeah. How did you know who they were?
And you want to be my latex cell.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there. Pulling no punches, calling it how I see it for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, and the Saturday afternoon games, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
How can 6 of you miss a play like that? All 6 of you. The ball jumped out of there as soon as we made contact. No, but I thought you were talking about you being on the field. No. What?
Baseball has nearly all the qualities and the narrative that the country has. It's competitive. It's spirited. It's got the joshing, and it's got the intellectual side, the great students of it. But it's also got labor unions and management and gimmicks and promotion and venality, great public fools in baseball, and great public heroes, and self-serving people and generous people. And it has pride and unity of town and of country, and it'll do for a figure for the American system.
We are back live here from Truist Park in Cobb County, Georgia, where we got the Atlanta Braves on banner night taking on the Cincinnati Reds in our game of the week here on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Join us every Tuesday, every Friday night for Braves games exclusives, Thursday nights for games of the week, and then Saturday afternoon when Braves play a Saturday afternoon game. So be on the lookout for all the fun here on the Armchair Quarterbacks as McGee and I and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks enter into the mode of baseball as we twist and turn our way through the spring and summer. We're entering into the middle of April, and it looks like we got a new Braves pitcher on the bump. His number 65 Strider enters into the game. Mr. Spencer Strider, any words of wisdom here on him, McGee?
Yes, Spencer Strider, there was talk of him actually making the roster in the rotation. Hard throwing right-hander, but was a little erratic during the spring, so they're going to bring him up anyways and put him in the bullpen. He's looked really good, and then he's looked kind of dicey, but a lot of talent. 23 years old, despite that full mustache.
That mustache. Him and John Means and a couple other people rock it. They look like Raleigh fingers out there. And Strider delivers 100 miles an hour fastball.
For folks who haven't seen him before, he reminds me of Sid Breen. He's got that look with the mustache and whatnot. He's a little shorter than Breen, a little compact, but Braves have big plans for him down the road. But I think this year they're going to see if he can stick in the bullpen.
And another 100-mile-an-hour fastball at the letters gets him there, and he makes it look easy for the first out, puts him down via strikeout, and Tommy Pham's heading back disappointed to the dugout.
Losing Luke Jackson for the year hurts. There's a good chance that he's heading for Tommy John surgery. But guys like Pham, I saw Pham's name. Guys like Strider are going to lessen the blow a little bit. They've got a really young, talented arms, not just in the pen and in the rotation, but also down on the farm.
And yeah, it's one of those things where the Braves do have a lot of young pitching and good pitching depth and a good mix with veterans. So a guy like Strider steps right in. Injuries are never easy, but when you got guys like Strider who makes it 2-0 here, 7 pitches into the top of the 7th inning with the Reds up 6-1 on the World Series champion Atlanta Braves here on the game of the week on the Armchair Quarterback. Strider in the windup throws 100-mile-an-hour fastball down the middle, and it's hit high, and it's hanging up there in the right field. Rosario camps under it. I'd say about 10 feet before the track, and it's out number 2.
That's one of those pitches where you just pray he didn't get enough of it, because the speed on his fastball is going to give a lot of power. And when he makes that swing like that, Votto, who obviously has light tower power, you could tell he just missed that one.
Absolutely. He just missed that one, is right. But nonetheless, Strider is looking to nail it down here. And real quick, we'll go over a couple live basketball games going on. There's 3 live games on the hardwood. Timberwolves are up on the Spurs 117-106 with 4 minutes left in the 4th. Nuggets are up 70-53 on the Grizzlies at halftime as Strider cranks a 100-mile-an-hour fastball down the middle there, swing and strike 1-1. And then the Warriors are down to the Lakers 22-15, 6.5 minutes left to go. The Lakers are playing nobody as they're eliminated from the playoffs. Strider wind up in the pitch, 2-1 just off the plate, and he's comfortable here, it looks like.
Yeah, he's got such an easy delivery, and that ball flies out of him. A guy in his stature, you don't expect him to be throwing that hard, but that ball just flies out of his arm.
If he grew his hair a little bit, he'd kind of look like a catfish hunter type, and here it is, and now it's 2-2.
He is definitely one of the young men who's the future of the Atlanta, not just the pen, but could end up in the rotation soon.
And swing and a miss.
Wow.
Strider sets him down in a hurry. So we got a lot of strikes coming out of the Armis Strider here on Armchair Quarterbacks Braves Country tonight. 6-1 going into the bottom of the 7th.
All right. See you. Let me hear you.
Casey was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown crew every stew. Casey Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around at the old ball game.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Hope y'all enjoyed the 7th inning stretch there. Something we've added.
I thought it was lovely, honestly. It was fine-tuned. It was perfect. And that's one of the things that makes baseball great. 7th inning stretch. It's the little things where you get up, you keep the spirit of the game going, and they really do a good job at ballparks, and especially Wrigley Field, where they make it a big thing and have guests and whatnot. McGee, I'm not sure if Atlanta does anything of that nature. Do they play a recording, or how do they do their whereabouts for the 7th inning stretch for the Braves?
They do it the way most of them do it. They just the fans will get up and sing. But here's the thing. So typically in between innings is exactly 2 minutes. And there was rumors that the 7th inning stretch was going to be exactly 2 minutes because they're bugging out about. So I actually have a full version, just a little longer than that, but I didn't want to play it the first night because I didn't know what we were going to walk into. So stay tuned for that. But that's a compilation of many Take Me Out to the Ball games, including the original Take Me Out to the Ball game, the original from 1908.
That's fantastic. And baseball is really just one of those historic.
Of course, you hear
games.
Harry Carey at the end.
Yeah, play ball, Harry Carey here. Oh my gosh, it's a Cubs game, but
looks like Justin Wilson's coming in for the Reds.
Yeah, and Justin Wilson, the former Cub, is entering the ball game. Former Tiger, former Met, number 34, left-handed arm for the Mets, and it's one of those moves where for the Reds, I'm sorry, and it's one of those moves where the Reds are dipping into their bullpen now. Male exited the game a couple innings ago. Sessa took over last inning. He lasted 1 inning, no runs there, and then Justin Wilson is taking over now. So one of those things where they don't have a lot of prominent arms, perhaps, but they have a lot of names that are recognizable and are able to get the job done, or at least for tonight to this point. But we'll see what Justin Wilson does as he makes his way to the mound for the Reds, and he's up against, it looks like a pinch hitter, Guillermo
Heredia,
correct. Guillermo Heredia, pinch hitting.
I call him Zorro because he's the one that invented the sword celebration, as they had the little pink plastic swords in the dugout last year. We'll see what they're going to do this year.
And it's 0-2 now on Heredia as he swings at one nearly off his kneecap.
He is typically a defensive specialist, but he's coming in pinch hitting for Dickerson because they didn't want the lefty-lefty matchup.
Makes total sense. A good move by Snicker there, if you ask me. And that's a nice thing as a ball is bounced in the dirt and it's 1-2. But that's a nice thing with this Braves team. They got a deep bench.
We do, and it's going to get even deeper when Mr. Ronald Acuna Jr. Comes back. That's the things. You're just trying to hold the line. You're trying to make sure that you don't get off to a terrible start and you can stay in the race. You don't fall behind the Mets and the Phillies and whatnot, because when Acuna comes back.
And Wilson throws a strike that just misses and it moves to 2-2.
When Acuna comes back, this line is going to be very deep, and the pitching should be good. And you just don't want to get off to a terrible start, and not a good start tonight, but we'll see what happens. We still got a few outs to play with.
And Wilson hits the outside corner, 95 miles an hour. That's a hard one to hit no matter who you are, especially if it's your first at bat in a ball game as a pinch hitter, 1 out after the strikeout.
Once again, I'll say, look, I mentioned this earlier in the game. I really felt like Charlie Morton was the guy they should have went to for game one, but he will pitch tomorrow night. I know they're trying to have Max Fried be the new young leader, et cetera, but Charlie Morton signed for the next 2 years. And I think people would have loved to have seen him on opening night as well. You got to remember last time we saw Charlie Morton, he broke his leg in the World Series.
That's a very true point, and some people might forget about that. As the count is 0-1 now here to Dansby Swanson stepping in, hopefully trying to start a rally here with 1 out for you baseball fans out there like McGee and I. Pretty good battle going on right now. You got Kyle Tucker at the plate, Shohei Ohtani on the mound out west. So if anything crazy in that at bat happens, we'll let you know. But right in front of us, we got our Braves battling here, down 6-1, bottom 7, 0-2 count to Swanson. He lines one to left field, and it just goes foul, and the ball boy makes a play on it, but that couldn't have missed by much.
Mets are leading 4-0, so you could be 1 game out behind the Mets to start the season. But if I knew the Mets, and I know the Mets, they will blow that division lead sometime in August. So I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, and you know, the NL East is one of those teams with a lot of competition this year, but to me the Braves are still the superior, and they should still win the East. And I think that the Phillies, even as you see here now, Swanson foul another one back, the count remains 0-2. But I really think with the Phillies, what they did this offseason, bringing in key guys like Corey Knebel and a couple other hitters like Schwarber and Castellanos, I think that they're the second team to watch here in the East, not even the Mets, so to speak, although they've made some good moves too. But here comes Justin Wilson, and another foul ball as Swanson's battling. It's still 0-2.
Yeah, Lieutenant Dan's finding a way to stay alive here. And look, if you can get something going, you never know. And the Braves were infamous last year of getting big rallies in the 7th and 8th inning. So I'd like to see at least something to some kind of a rally, a charge, so that the fans can come alive here.
Yeah, and that fan looks half asleep with the beer bat in his hand, full of beer and
drunk.
Is that are you going to get?
Him.
And Justin Wilson shuts down Swanson on strikes. Is that going to be you on Saturday? Do you plan on getting one of those by chance?
I don't know. So they're calling for cold weather. So I might have something in my boot, to be honest with you, because when it's that cold of weather, I don't know if I want a beer. I want what we always call hot toddies. I mean, they're talking about it's going to be down near the 30s by the end of the game on Saturday night. I'm hoping it warms up a little bit, but it doesn't look like it.
And I'm a Cubs season ticket holder. Nobody bought our tickets today for opening day for that reason exactly. It was cold, but it didn't help that the game was at 1:20. A night game I would have been there, but I couldn't miss work this early in the year. And it moves to 1-1 on Eddie Rosario here.
That goes
at bat.
back to the fact that there ought to be national holiday opening day.
Absolutely. I mean, it just so happened to be Masters and opening day today, but opening day, man, just give us off. The fans deserve it, but Rosario swings and misses, and it's 1-2.
Looking at the Braves schedule coming up, they're going to be 4 games against Cincinnati at home and then 3 games against Washington. So they have an opportunity to get off to a good start. And then they've got to go on a long West Coast trip, and you hate to see this, but they're going to go 4 in San Diego and 4 with the Dodgers off the bat.
And Rosario hits a poker out to center field, and it hangs up just enough for Nick Senzel to end the 7th. So Braves are battling, but not good enough. 6-1 here in open tonight, heading into the top of the 8th on the Armchair Quarterbacks Radio Network.
He only has 3 rings.
I'm not playing, you stupid game.
My hotel's nice, and I was in the elevator. There's a sign in the elevator that said maximum capacity 12 persons. 12 persons. Somebody needs to tell the folks down at the elevator company that the plural of the word person is people. It's not persons, right? The hotel pool had a similar sign. It said maximum capacity 180 people. Do we really need legislation for that sort of thing? Doesn't it kind of govern itself? Don't most of us just hang back and go, I don't want to get in the pool with that many people. It's not going to be refreshing, knocking up against other people's arms and skin. Move, I have a legal right to be here. Banging elbows, move. I did a head count. Like in the bathroom stall, we don't put a sign that says maximum capacity 1 person. I just see the shoes and I keep on moving.
We got a tie. We need to fix it. We need a tiebreaker.
I agree. Ties are not acceptable in fantasy football. Fantasy football is about proving that you are better than your friends, not equally as good as your friends, okay? It's not communism. We're not coveting Billy Joel cassette tapes and wearing ill-fitting blue jeans.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
It is a haunted game in which every player is measured against the ghosts of all who have gone before. Most of all, it is about time and timelessness, speed and grace, failure and loss, imperishable hope and coming home.
Here's a pitch. It's a slow curve low, and the Babe swings. It's a long one. It's in there.
Welcome back here. Atlanta Braves baseball on opening night. Braves country here. Mac McGee, I'm Tampa Tones here. Stepping into the world of the Atlanta Braves for our primetime game of the week. And it's been fun, although the outcome hasn't been what we like. It just feels good that opening day is in the air. Isn't that right, McGee?
It absolutely is. Remember, 1974 opening day, Hank Aaron tied Babe Ruth against the Cincinnati Reds. That game was played in Cincinnati. Then a few days later, he broke Babe Ruth's home run against the Dodgers.
And I know this sounds cliche at this point, but Hammer and Hank, one of my favorite players of all time. I have his autographed triple back card, and it's just beautiful. And it's 2-0 here, and the pitch, and Strider remains in the game. Senzel at the plate. Senzel fouls it back off that big old netted screen to make it 2-1. But I have a beautiful Hank Aaron card, and the things he did for baseball. I mean, McGee, the Reds, the Braves, and now we see 100-mile-an-hour fastball. And I guess it's strike 3. The television had 2-1, but it is strike 3. Is the broadcast screwed up? But it is strike 3, so there's 1 out. Strider sits down. Senzel with a 100-mile-an-hour fastball. But between the Reds and Braves, there's so many legends of the game, so many legends of the diamond. You got Hank Aaron, Joe Morgan, Pete Rose, just so many names and so many guys that have done a lot of great things for baseball. Moustakas steps in, fouled one back, 0-1. But McGee, these two organizations, such history in the game of MLB.
Well, also the two oldest organizations in Major League Baseball. The Reds are the oldest organization, but they took a hiatus for a few years. The the Atlanta Braves starting off as the Boston.
As Strider pumps a fastball in there to make it 0-2.
They started off in Boston, and they are the longest continuing franchise in Major League Baseball history. Starting off in Boston, and they played in Boston until the 1940s, I believe it was, or
and another 100-mile-an-hour fastball just high 1-2.
And then they went to Milwaukee, and then came to Atlanta in 1966, and they're celebrating their 4th championship. By the way, if you got Juan Soto, he just went freaking moonshot in the Washington Mets game. He hits a home run, but that's the good news. The bad news, it was a solo shot, so they still lose, are trailing 4-1.
And he's a perennial MVP candidate. And speaking of moonshot, Strider looks like he had a moonshot out of his arm with another 100-mile-an-hour fastball. Makes him look absolutely foolish up there. 2 outs now, top of the 8th. Reds 6, Braves 1. Here on the Armchair Quarterback Radio Network, McGee alongside Tampa Tones. And we got a tough one for the Braves, but we're going to be back tomorrow. Well, McGee will be back tomorrow. So at the very least, I know it's going to be
not.
one. You will not be on the call tomorrow?
No, once again, I'm heading to Atlanta to.
Yes, that is correct. I apologize. That's right.
So just to clear that up, beginning next week, Tuesdays and Fridays, every Tuesday, Friday night, Braves baseball. But me and my wife are celebrating our wedding anniversary. We're heading to the Braves game, and I can't just portal there, so we have to drive up.
More to come on McGee's victory wedding celebration on Saturday. We're going to talk about the road trip and so much more on the Armchair Quarterbacks Radio Network.
We can't Herbie Dern your frazzle dazzle.
Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South country, all NFL season long.
They hand it off Fournette. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow!
Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go. 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. Empty set. Walk downfield, and that is Hilton again.
1st and goal. Ebron! What a year for him! Eric Ebron! Touchdown! Goal!
Slant. Caught. Touchdown! Marquise Lee. And he punched the ball into the stands. Deep. And he's got it. Keelan Cole. Touchdown, Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Cars from all over America come to find a new home in Florida, just like you. I moved here after the draft, football. I noticed there was one thing missing from this great town, a celebrity-endorsed used car shop. That's why I founded BJ's Used Autos. Every one of these beauties is freshly painted. They look brand new. We have new models coming in every morning, usually around 2 a.m. We can get you anything. And if you see a car that dreams, tell us. We can acquire it for you. I've taken the skills I've learned as a pro football player to the used car business. Smash, grab, and run like hell. I'm tackling low prices with hot cars.
The bat is made of turned ash, less than 42 inches long, not more than 2 3/4 inches in diameter.
Welcome back here to the Braves Radio Network on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube. We are bringing you Braves coverage, Braves content, Major League Baseball coverage and content, and so much more around the world of sports this spring and summer. But McGee, you're heading up there tomorrow. What do you plan on wearing to the Braves game if it's not too cold to ruin your wardrobe? Do you have any specific jersey or anything of that nature that you plan on busting out?
I'm planning on getting me a World Series championship jersey. I've got my eyes on that, and hopefully I can find one. I would like to find one. I'll have to see what kind of different colors they have. I'm not a big fan of the white because they're so easily ruined, but I'm looking to I kind of want an Olsen jersey, but do you get an Olsen championship jersey? It's kind of weird because he wasn't on the team last year, right?
I was just gonna ask you, and you see a Freddie Freeman World Series one there.
Yeah, I'm not wearing that, dude.
Yeah, I don't blame you. As Dory Moretta is in the game to pitch, and the count moves to 2-1. But I was literally gonna ask you, as Olson steps to the plate now, would you get an Olson one? I feel like you'd have to get someone.
I would like to
that
have
won
an
a
Olsen
ring.
jersey. I just don't know if I want one for the championship. Because I don't know. I have to think about that. But Olsen signs an 8-year deal. It's essentially going to be a 9-year deal, assuming everything goes right, because there's a 9th-year club option, and it's going to be very. If he has half the career we think he's going to have, it's going to be very, very affordable, especially when you're talking about 9 years from now. He's going to be getting paid 9 years from now, essentially what Freddie Freeman's getting paid this year by the Dodgers.
And the 3-1 from Moretta to Olson is fouled back to the screen, 3-2.
Love that level swing by Olson. And my only concern with Olson going into this season is how much pressure is going to be put on himself. I know the fans know that he's going to be good, but does he feel internal pressure wanting to? You're not going to make people forget Freddie. You just got to go out there and be yourself.
Absolutely, here. And Olson is trying to get on base here to start a rally, and he gets on, and that's all you need. It doesn't matter how you get on. Olson gets on, and no one out with the man on first now for this Braves team.
That's the second walk of the night for Matt Olson. I love that. You're showing a lot of patience at the plate, top of the order. That's what you want. And you're setting the stage for Riley. Look, we're down 5. It's getting late early here. But you're going to have to put some runs on the board. But when you look at the full season, you can get on base and put the pressure with Riley and Ozuna coming up.
As Riley takes a big hack and it moves to 0-1. And although it's, game 1 opening night, it'd be nice if you're the Braves to at least get a couple runs and get momentum, even if you don't complete the comeback. But to show some fight and spear, and that pitch is just outside, and it moves to 1-1 off the hands of Moretta to Riley in the batter's box. But Riley, here's a guy with serious MVP potential. Do you think he has what it takes to be in that conversation again this year? I'll ask McGee that after this pitch for Moretta, and Moretta deals and falling off the mound. That one looked pretty good. But then again, the ump has been inconsistent tonight, calls it a ball. What do you think, McGee, MVP candidate this year?
Yeah, I think Riley should have won the MVP last year. Olivia, I see the question. I just don't understand. Says, are you going to sell your card? I don't know what that means. But yeah, I think he's every bit the MVP candidate. He's a sneaky pick, but they always pick MVPs on winning teams. The one caveat last year was because Ohtani had done things that no one had done, right? But typically it comes from a playoff team. And that's why I have a hard time seeing Juan Soto winning the MVP. He's going to have extraordinary numbers over everybody if he's going to win the MVP.
I agree with you. And now it's 3-2. And yeah, Olivia's comment, I'm guessing she's referring to the Hank Aaron card I was referring to, perhaps.
I'm sorry. I didn't know okay. I didn't know if it was a misspelling or okay. Gotcha.
Would have been nice if she inserted that, but hey, at least shout out Olivia for watching. We appreciate you tuning in. But I'm not.
Are you going to sell the card?
I'm not going to sell the Hank Aaron at this time, at least. And oh boy, oh geez, Riley hits one high to deep left field. See you later.
Get back, baby. Go.
15 rows back at least, and we were just talking about it, McGee. One swing of the bat, bada bing, bada boom.
That ball was absolutely scalded. That was a whap-bap over the left field wall.
Yeah, that thing was crushed, whacked, weed
We got ourselves a ball game, sir.
Yes, sir, and this is what we were talking about. Just like that, MVP candidate Riley saves the day once again. And that thing was crushed. You see Moretta, it just catches too much of the plate, McGee, for a guy like Riley.
So yes, once again, that's my MVP candidate right now.
Did you put the money in before the bet or the swing? But no,
I bet you can get him at a plus 4,000 easily because nobody's thinking about him.
Oh, absolutely. And the Braves dugout smiling. And like we keep pointing out too, it's not like the Reds really have a good back end of the bullpen. Amir Garrett is not there anymore. Raisel Iglesias is not there anymore. A lot of familiar faces, Michael Lorenzen, he's not there anymore. Lucas Sims is on the IL. McGee, those have been their big four back end relievers for the past couple of years. None of them are there.
Crowd's going wild, baby.
Hey, I love it. I love it. And you got the bullpen, Tony Santillan warming up. He closed a couple games last year for the Reds, but Tony Santillan warming up for the Reds. So the bullpen's moving in a hurry, and the Braves Nation's on their feet. 1-0 count to Marcell Ozuna.
Look, we just cut that lead to 6-3. We still have nobody out in the bottom of the eighth. Let's go. I mean, you got Ozuna up. After that, you're going to have Albies and Duvall. Let's go. Come on. I like to see him cut it down to one more run.
And this is the thing with modern day baseball, right? There's so many home runs that if you get a couple guys on base, the game is never over. Now, if it's a 10-run game, yeah, it might be over. But anything within 5-6 runs and you still got 4 at bats left, as Ozuna pops it up. It's high. It's not deep at all. Indy is camped under it. He makes his way to the outfield, stumbling back, but he's able to make the grab. India got off balance a little bit, able to compose himself, make the grab to put Ozuna away for out number 1. But baseball is turning into a sport where you get a couple guys on base, and it really takes one swing to make it a ball game.
And once again, remember Lucas Sims was projected to be the closer for the Reds. He is on the IL. So it's going to be by committee. It'll be interesting to see who they end up leaning on, but it is not a foregone conclusion that this game is over. Braves trailing by 3 with still 5 outs to play with.
No, and you have to figure that the Reds, not projected to be a great team this year, they really want this one. They really want this one. I know it's only opening day, but it really does set some momentum. Like, look at teams like the Giants last year, who in the pitch and LBs fouls it back and it moves to 0-2. But teams like the Giants last year, sometimes you win on opening day and you don't look back. And this Reds team, hampered with injuries, I'm guessing we'll see Art Warren in there at some point to maybe close, or Hunter Strickland, but here comes Moretta to the plate. High fastball at 95 miles an hour, moves to 1-2. Whoever it might be, it's either going to be Strickland or Warren, but either way, it's going to be a guy who
Hunter Strickland's got a lot of experience, of course, when he was with San Francisco a few years back. But regardless, they don't have their guy. So regardless, whoever hits the mound is going to feel some pressure out there, and you just never know what you might be able to get into. That's why I think it would be huge to get one more run in this inning, because then a bloop and a blast ties it.
Yeah, absolutely. A bloop and a blast ties it, and that's when things start getting real interesting. And yeah, Strickland does have experience, most recently 14 saves with the Giants in 2018. And Albies is set down here. So what did you see there, and why did Albies end up striking out?
Because he got himself in a hole early. Ozzy's look, remember in the playoffs last year, all the way into the World Series, they ended up dropping Ozzy down to 6th, 7th in the order. Now the Braves are a little depleted, not having Acuna, and obviously the roster's a little different than it was last year. But if Ozzy wants to stay up in that order, he is going to have to start getting on base more often, because he's now at the point now where you almost wonder if he's a 7 hitter.
And that could be telling at one point, he was up there 1 or 2 in the lineup, but
he's got all the talent in the world. He's just more disciplined is what you're hoping for. And Duvall's now at the plate.
And it's 1-1 on Duvall here, as Moretta had an interesting, he threw it and then he kind of came back quick a little bit. Interesting maneuver there on the mound, but 1-1. Moretta on the bump, Duval at the plate, 6-3. Reds lead, bottom of the 8th, 2 outs. And Duval takes what looked like a strike, but he'll take the ball there. It's 2-1.
Yeah, that was framed nicely by Stevenson. Might have been outside, but a little surprised that he didn't get the call.
The thumb's a hard one. There's been worse pitches than that have been called strikes tonight, but
Absolutely.
We'll take it. Like we said, we'll take that one all day. And now it's 2-2 after Duval hits a high blooping foul ball down the first baseline.
Moretta's got a nice, easy delivery. You know, he's hitting that radar gun high to mid 90s. Good young prospect, but you've got Darnode on deck. And if they can get anything going, I got to figure they'll probably pinch hit for Heredia. A few options that they can go to that we'll get to here in a second, but the Braves can get something going here.
As Duval fouls one off the screen, it remains 2-2.
Remember, Dickerson was taken out earlier for the pinch hitter of Heredia, but you still have some options on the bench. You've got Orlando Arcia. You've got William Contreras.
Moretta throws one, and it gets the best of Duval, and we'll see what bench players the Braves reach to in the 9th, perhaps, in that designated hitter spot. But the Braves chip into the lead. Riley blasts ones into the bleachers. 6-3 ball game here in Atlanta on the Armchair Quarterbacks Radio Network.
You dumped a porn star? Friendship over.
We live in a world now that welcomes and nurtures the screwball in all of us. Hey, it's a new decade, people. Time to get a little nutty. Treat yourself to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a smooth flavor that combines two of America's favorites, peanut butter and American whiskey. So no more social awkwardness. Time to embrace who you truly are. Get out there and make friends. And be sure it starts with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's available nearly everywhere. Learn more at screwballwhiskey.com. Infinium Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
1786. A fine day. Play ball in the campus, but am beaten, for I miss catching and striking the ball. Princeton College. Children have hit balls with bats as long as there have been children. But baseball's most direct ancestors were two British games. Rounders, a children's sport brought to New England by the earliest colonists, and cricket, a stately pastime divided into innings and supervised by umpires. By the time of the American Revolution, there were many variations. Boys played one version or another in schoolyards and village greens and on college campuses.
Welcome back as we chop on here to the top of the 9th. 6-3 ball game. Reds lead the World Series champions, Atlanta Braves. We got Tyler Thornburg into the game to pitch. We've had a couple home runs tonight off the bats of Drury, off the bats of Riley. Couple bombs here to make this one a 9-run game combined. 6-3 Reds here in the 9th as Thornburg pumps a strike here, and it's 0-1 to start.
Yeah, Thornburg, another big arm that was signed in the offseason to help out in this bullpen. And he is a guy that if the game hadn't gotten close like that, I don't think we would have seen.
And Drury looks at one low, and now it's 1-1. Now, a guy like Drury, he's looking to go deep here again, you think?
Well, I mean, aren't you always?
You're not lying there. You are not lying there, my friend. And he takes one just off the plate, I guess, but that looked good to me. And now it's 2-1.
It did it. That definitely looked like a strike. Thornburg, big right-handed veteran. He's had some injury issues, but he brings the heat when he lets it go. He can get up near triple digits.
Yeah, he certainly can. And 2-2 count now here as Thornburg and Drury are in a battle now as the Braves are trying to keep it under control here, not expand it more than a 3-run game as Thornburg fires and it's fouled away 95-mile-an-hour fastball back to the screen.
So looking ahead to the Braves' 9th inning, if you're wanting to know who they have available for pinch hitters, William Contreras, Manny Pena. He's more of a defensive specialist the Braves brought in for catching. Phenomenal defender. And I think the Braves are more likely to bring him in when Atlanta has a lead and they want to hold on to it and give Darnode a breather.
Absolutely. And
then also Orlando Arcia is also still on the bench.
Yeah, he's a good bench guy.
He is. He just hasn't done much in Atlanta yet, but we hope to see him turn the corner. They signed him to a 2-year deal, so front office must see something in him.
And Thornburg sits down Drury with a flame ball.
That was a fastball on the inside part. He just could not catch up to it right inside his kitchen. And I'm liking what I'm seeing from the Braves bullpen. When it's all said and done, I think the biggest thing that you'll look back on this if the Braves can't come back.
And now it's as India steps into the plate. And it's a ball here, so I believe the count moves to 2-0.
When you go back to look at this game, it was obviously that big dinger.
And now it's 2-1.
That big 3-run dinger in the 6th inning. But I also feel like that all in all, they just left Max Fried in there too long. I know he was pitching well, but he kind of at the end of his road. And Max Fried also had some bad luck with those seeing eye singles that led to the unraveling.
And now India is battling 2-2 count. The Reds have struck out 7 of the last 8 batters that they sent to the plate, so that's not good. India's trying to break that streak, and India does, but it doesn't do any well as he pops one up to the third baseman. Riley's right there on a soft line drive, and that's 2 away.
The other thing that stands out, and I guess it's here to stay, but the new Braves Stadium, I say new, but what is this, the 5th year that we have been in this stadium now? That left field line, down the left field line in left field, such a shallow wall. And we saw that in play last year in the playoffs, and it went the Braves' way. But you got to keep that in mind. You don't want to keep these pitchers in the game late when they're running out of gas this early in the season, because they leave it out over the plate, and it doesn't take much to get it out of the stadium.
And Aristides Aquino steps to the plate, and the count is 1-1. He has a single with 3 strikeouts on the night, so boomer bust.
I bet you cannot wait till next Thursday when we're doing Yankees versus Blue Jays, and you're not having to pronounce all these Cincinnati Reds players.
All these tongue twisters, and I need
give me some Garrett Cole.
Yeah, give me Garrett Cole and Josh Donaldson, all right? And there goes Aquino's
game.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun game. This has been a fun game. Like I said, opening night, not the result we want so far, but it's been a fun one here in the Armchair Quarterbacks.
It has. Looking forward, starting next week, every Tuesday, every Friday night, we'll have Braves. Thursday nights, here's the slate going forward. And this is a pretty good slate, I think. We've got.
Ooh, where are you, ump? That looked like a strike 3 from Thornburg instead of 3-2.
That is just brutal. I mean, come on. This ump is missing these pitches, and I mean, they are, and it's both sides. It's not just Braves pitchers they're getting screwed. It's also the Cincinnati Reds pitchers.
And Thornburg sets them down on strike. So we'll return with the bottom of the ninth.
But it reminds me real quick well, you know what? I'll tell you on the other side of the break.
We'll tell you on the other side. It's Tones and McGee.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play, calling it how I see it for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball every Friday night, first pitch to last pitch, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. We're 1 out away, Braves country, from a trip to the World Series. Whatever superstition you got, do it. The entire city of Atlanta, the entire South is standing on their feet, trying to will the Braves into the World Series. Here's the 1-0 pitch. And swung on and ripped over to Dansby Swanson. Dansby's got it. He fires over to first. Baby, sound the trumpets. Do the chop through the streets. Your Atlanta Braves are headed to the 2021 World Series. Oh, baby.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
The batter has only a few thousandths of a second to decide to hit the ball. And yet the men who fail 7 times out of 10 are considered the game's greatest heroes.
Welcome back here on Braves Baseball. Tampa Tones with McGee. And McGee was telling you your schedule. You want to pick up where you left off, my friend?
Yeah, I was just saying that what that reminded me how bad that ump was blowing the calls. The old Brooklyn Dodgers in Ebbets Field, they had a band and it was called the Dodgers Symphony as opposed to Symphony. And they played a lot of goofy tunes. But one of the things that got kicked out of the stadium several times was when the umps would blow calls like that. And look, Lane has been blowing these calls all night long behind the plate, but they would start playing the famous childhood's rhyme, 3 Blind Mice, and they would kick them out of the stadium. My mom and my grandfather went to those games, and they said you could still hear them outside the stadium playing the 3 Blind Mice in protest. Jerry Lane is a bum of an umpire. That's all I can tell you right now. What we've watched tonight, he is not in opening day form. But the schedule coming up
is we got Tony Santillan in trying to close the game for the Reds. It's a 1-0 count.
Next week on Thursday night, you got Yankees Blue Jays. On the 21st, it's Cubs Pirates. And then on the 28th, Cubs Braves. Should be a hell of a game. And then early May 5th, Cinco de Mayo, you're going to have Mets Phillies and Yankees White Sox on May 12th. So some really good ball games set up.
And we got a 1-2 count here now from Santillan to Travis D'Arnaud. And man, baseball from now through the end of the year, we got tons of good games on the plate, just tons of good games. And, you know, first career save opportunity for Santillan, and it remains 1-2 as D'Arnaud fouls it off. But just incredible talent around the major league, and I can't wait to call a lot of these talented kids.
We will be back with Braves Country Baseball Tuesday night, this coming Tuesday night, April 12th, 7:20 first pitch. Pregame will come on a little before then, and they are hosting the Nationals.
And strike 3 call, and that's a generous call for the pitcher there, Santillan, as it looked low and outside.
That was a terrible. Well, it's been par for the course.
And I know we don't mean to sound complainy, folks, but if you're watching this game, there's a lot of these a lot of these calls that are living on the prayer right now, and not in a good way, my friend. They're just bad calls. However you cut the cake. It's been a rough day for Big Blue.
We'll have Dodgers Braves Tuesday night, April 19th. That is in LA, so it's a 10-10 first pitch.
As Heredia steps in and takes a strike 0-1. And now Santillan winding up, and it's 1-1.
On the 22nd, Braves versus the Marlins, Friday night, 7:20 first pitch. And on Tuesday, April 26th, and once again on the 28th, Cubs and Braves, Tuesday night and Thursday night. And then we'll have the Rangers to finish out the month of April on Friday night, the 29th.
Cubs and Braves. That'll be a fun series. And the Braves have a lot of fun series coming up. It sounds like the Dodgers, the Marlins sprinkled in there. A lot of good games coming up. You guys could get all that right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, all the Braves games and so much more. As Santillan in the windup, the pitch, and it's well outside now. And well, I mean, a couple inches outside, and now it's 2-2.
Yeah, he's bringing it hard, 97 miles an hour. I still believe Lucas Sims will find his way as the closer for Cincinnati by the end of the summer, but he's looked pretty good so far.
And now on 2-2, the pitch. Santillan corkscrews one into the ground. It's literally in the other batter's box. Gets the count to full. If Heredia could get his way on here, watch out for Atlanta. 3-2, bottom of the ninth, 1 out. Heredia fouls one back to the screen, and it remains 3-2. It's now or never for the Braves. And Heredia, looking at his bat, takes one glove, puts it back on top, takes another glove, puts it back on the bottom, and he's ready to roll. He strolls into the batter's box, bangs the plate with the bat. Santillan in the windup throws it to the plate, 97 miles an hour, routine ground ball to Farmer, the shortstop. He throws it over to Votto. 1 out away from Reds winning on opening day against the Atlanta Braves as a moderate underdog as well.
Love the hustle by Heredia going down the line. He was thrown out by about a half step. That play should not have been that close. Farmer kind of taking his time over there, and Heredia was busting it down the line.
Yeah, you never want to take your time too much in situations as such, because if Heredia gets on there, this ball game has a whole different dynamic to it. So we got 1 out to defend the night for the Braves. 1 out left, and Swanson steps to the plate. He takes a strike on the outside corner. It's 0-1.
Down to the last out, Dansby Swanson 0 for 3 on the night. You know he would like to get a base hit. You hate taking an 0 for on opening day.
And it's 0-2 as Swanson expands his zone, and Braves fans are going to rise to their feet, hoping that they could root their team on to continue this game a little more as they're down to their final strike. It's a 0-2 count. Santillan on the bump, Swanson at the plate, bottom of the ninth. Santillan fires, and it's swung on and missed. This ball game is over. The Braves go down 6-3 opening night.
Well, it wasn't what you want, but a lot of emotions out there on the field. It didn't really surprise me that Atlanta would lose this first game. So much stuff that's going on. And look, Tyler Mahle pitched a really good game. Max Fried pitched some good innings, but got in trouble. A couple of seeing eye singles kind of did him in, and then the big bomb by McHugh really killed Atlanta in the end. But you like what you got out of Riley. You like the beginning of what you got out of Fried. You're going to see the box score with 5 earned runs, but realistically, he only gave up 3 of them. And it's game 1 of 162, and we'll be back at it tomorrow night.
Yeah, and that's why they play 162 of these puppies. It ain't a 1, 2, 3 game marathon. No siree. The Braves just didn't have their night, but it was an emotional one. They raised the banners. and you take it what you can get sometimes. So 6-3, Austin Riley did send one in the bleachers though. So not all bad news if you're a Braves fan.
No, not at all. All right. Well, that's going to do it for us. We will be back Tuesday night, Braves versus Nationals. For Tones Areola, I am Mac McGee. Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball, and we'll get them tomorrow. Go Braves. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Stop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Who the Raiders! Omaha!
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey and Tones Areola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
Here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, you want to challenge? Try this one. Best receiver out of the game from the 35, 1977. He's there, a spark of life in Green Bay. Touchdown. Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown. 7 of the season breaks the all-time NFL record. Going deep and open. They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer. Giannis does even stop it. Oh, please.
IF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend. Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Ariola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights, this baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it
and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the Madden thousands, and Echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey and Tones Areola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central. Hey Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Hey baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights, this baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.